things look bad, and it looks like you're not going to make it, then you got to get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is.
We don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
Good evening and welcome to VP4 TV. Tonight we bring you commentary from 9ball.com. It's Friday night 9ball, with 9ball. This is one of the longest running regular and best supported weekly tournament in all of the virtual pool series. We will be covering a select few matches tonight. Please subscribe to join in the chat.
Well, good evening. Welcome to VP4 TV, and suddenly my VP4 has disappeared. Oh Jesus, here we go. Right, I'm going to have to put my desktop in. Hang on. Where is it? Hang on a minute. It's a great start. I'm sure there's little bugs in this program like this where it suddenly doesn't pick up the game. That should be it. Hang on. Bear with me, guys. Now. I need to change that so that I can see the chat on the screen. Hang on a minute. Right, that should be us. Anyway, I've missed whatever you were saying. Welcome to Larry, welcome to Slim, and anybody else that's there. We've got a full house for Friday night 9ball again. And we have the break box implemented into the tournament because this tournament has always had rack money for quite a long while. I think even when I was doing the tournaments for a short while, I think I had it in rack money even back then. So rack money has always been in Friday night 9ball for the most part, but also the break box has been added as part of the update that we've had over the last couple of days. The other thing to mention is that the reason that was done is because the VP4 9ball World Championships has the same settings as far as those rules go. Now, if you give me 2 seconds, right, just having a quick look there to see if Steve was there, but he's not there yet. He wants to come in and give you some updates and details. Welcome to Cobra. I haven't even looked at the bracket yet to see what the draw is. Let's have a quick look. I think Yamaguchi Taru turned up there. I think he was maybe hoping to get in. I think he was in last week, was he not, or the week before? But anyway, he's turned up too late. We've got Steve against YesDev, Jose against Bankster, Larry against Christian, Stefan against John Boo, Chimpy and Bedhead. Was it not them last week? I don't know, but certainly within the last couple of weeks, I think it was those two. We've got Sergeresh and Spectre Dawn, DJ Redo and Travelling TT and Slim against FTD FTW. We've got about 30, was it about, can't remember, there's about 30 odd in the Virtual 9-Ball World Championship. Yeah, well, I mean, he came in there about 15 minutes before the start of Friday Night 9-Ball, and that lets me believe that, or it leads me to believe that he was maybe thinking about joining the tournament, but he hasn't quite grasped the fact that it's quite busy and you can't leave it to the last minute to hopefully get a seat in it. Maybe that's what he was thinking, but he maybe got lucky the other week, but he didn't get lucky this week. I haven't asked him anyway, so only he'll know. So it's congratulations to Cobra. I never even get a chance to do that before he left the building last week. Well done to Cobra on winning yet another VP4 championship. This time it's the Cowboy one to go into his collection. Still surprised that Albinario didn't just pot the cue ball at that stage. That's what he should have done, but we're already 5.5 hours into the match. I think Albie had enough. I think he'd have had enough at 2.5 hours, let alone 5.5 hours. And Albie and Cobra, among others, are already signed up to the Virtual 9-Ball World Championships. Well, of course I'm going to go in and watch Chimpy and Bedhead. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to tab out again just to see if Steve's about. Good evening to Steve, or good afternoon.
Good evening.
So Steve is in the building. Right. Well, I'll let you explain whatever you have to explain, Steve, if the guys are listening.
Yeah, we did some more work on some of the physics stuff. There's some minor changes to the rails. If you noticed, there was an update yesterday and today. I don't think the rails are playing a lot different than they were before any of the updates, but there are some slight differences. The ball throw is a fair amount different. The throw wasn't thinning out enough with thinner cuts, so that's the main thing that was done. I mean, it's actually more than that because the model was changed to how it actually computes the throw. So I think the combination of a throw from the cut and throw from the English on the cue ball is going to be different than it was before. So the players will have to get used to that. No break box. Now, why isn't there a break box?
Well, the break box. Yeah, that is a good question, Steve. That was that's in the tournament information, so something's gone awry there. Well, did you actually put? I mean, does that appear in the text in the tournament information, provided you put it into the tournament, or did you just type that?
Well, I had to hack it into the database, which is always a potential for screwing it up. But I am a little surprised it's not on. So I'm not sure why, but obviously you're not playing this tournament with a break box.
Right. So that's another thing to get looked at. So Bedhead against Chimpy. Chimpy's getting the 8-ball.
Yeah, the pockets have gone back to being fairly generous, although the way they're generous is a little different than it used to be. So, yeah, I'd be interested to hear feedback on that kind of stuff as to whether they're too easy or too tough, or
well, what I've noticed is that if you slightly firmer shots that catch the jaws, if they catch the jaws at the right pace, they'll go in, whereas before they would stay out. That's what I thought on a couple of shots I tried.
Yeah. Well, I think overall, they probably accept balls like they did before any of these updates. But again, there's probably shots that won't go in that used to, and there's probably shots that will go in that used to not. So it is a little different. And hopefully they'll play, correctly. But I think the tables are playing pretty good, and I'm looking forward to a good World Championship with a break box.
Well, that gives you time between now and when it's due to start to get it working.
Well, it was working. I mean, I played tournaments with it on my dev system. I'm not quite sure why it's not working in this, but it's got to be something simple. I mean, it's in the code, and it works. It restricts it to the break box. I mean, you've played break box in the match room, haven't you?
Yeah, it works fine, not a problem.
Yeah, well, I kind of hacked it into this tournament because I couldn't reset up the tournament because Spectre Don had already signed up. Once somebody signs up, I can't change it using the interface, so I have to go in and manually change the database, and I might not have done it correctly.
Now, the interesting thing is that when you go into, as a spectator, and you go into the game rules, you can see that the break box is off.
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't turn it on. Let me see what we got coming up here today, because I can turn off another one.
There was one other thing. I don't know. Semi-Pro isn't there. I was reading some of the messages now. I think obviously he sent this message out to team captains, etc., that were in the league that had just gone by. And I was reading the one that Semi-Pro put in, and I don't know whether he's quite grasped the point, because Semi-Pro was arguing that it should be a team of 3 instead of 6. I don't know whether he understands. I mean, you upped it to 6, didn't you? But that's so you could have at least, so you could rotate the players.
You saw my reply, didn't you? Didn't you see my reply?
I don't think I read it. No, I haven't checked my messages for a couple of days since.
My reply was, I don't understand the statement at all. Please elaborate. I mean, it just, I'm not sure whether he was talking about the 8-ball league or the rotation masters league, because I mentioned 2 different setups, and maybe he was talking about on a 2-man team, keep it to 3 players, okay? Because I talked about 2 different leagues in that message, so I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, because basically what I think is that it should stay what it is, so that you've got at least a rotation of players.
Well, yeah, for the 8-ball league, it needs to be that. The Masters level 9 or 10-ball league I was talking about doing would be 2-player teams. So, I mean, 2 players playing each night. So then you'd want 3 or 4 players on the team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's easy enough to understand.
Because if we do something like that, there'll be no rating restrictions, and then, there'll be longer races because you're only going to play 2 of them.
Right. Yeah, he says keep it to 3 players, otherwise having 6 players in team is pointless. I don't understand the statement at all. Please elaborate. Yes. I mean, I don't know whether Semi understands the statement, to be honest with you, because I can't follow his thinking. 6 players right? You should have a 6 squad team and 3 active players each week. If it went like the 9-ball league, that's simple to understand that, because you need to have, and of course not all my players could turn up on certain weeks, so I just swapped them over. So you have to have enough people in there to be able to swap them over, or else you're left high and dry with just one player turning up and no backup whatsoever. Cobra says, if I change my view using the C key, how do I go back? Hit Control U, Cobra.
Yeah, that'll recenter it.
You've gone dead quiet, Steve.
Sorry, I had my mic up. That'll recenter it. You're right. Control U should do it. Or you could uh-oh for overhead. That will do it. Let's see. Today's Friday, all right? So today is Friday the 20th.
Now,
I'm going to change the tournament tonight to have break box because I'll be able to edit that and see if that works.
Now, my question, bearing in mind what Cobra's just said, why do we have this C button? What purpose is the C button supposed to give us? How does it enhance the game?
First, let me tell you the difference between C and V. Okay, V moves the
donut
view center in 3D space. So you can move where your view is centered in 3D space on the table.
Yeah.
C changes the mapping of the rendered image to the screen. So the C moves in XY in 2D space. It's moving in screen space. The main reason for that is, let's say you have a shot that's a cut down the rail and you can't see the pocket. You could move it over using the C key so you can see the pocket.
Does anybody actually do that? I don't think there is anybody.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, it was more important before we got all these big monitors. You got to remember this product's been around for a long time. So nowadays, maybe you don't need it at all.
Yeah, because I think the C button's a great button for cameras. C for cameras. That's excellent.
Okay, I'm changing the high rollers to break box.
Cobra likes the C key because I like a higher view. I never use it. In fact, the only time I do use it is accidental when I'm trying to use the V button.
Actually, that's another reason, and Cobra's reason is better than the one I gave because the screen mapping to the screen center is like a quarter of the way up and Y. And it's purposely done lower so that, you can see out further above the cue ball. But like Cobra said, you may prefer it being higher. And that's another reason why the C is there, because you can move it vertically too. Like the reason I gave you would move it in the X direction horizontally. The reason Cobra is given, that's a vertical movement.
Yeah. The thing about it is, and some guys will tell you this. In fact, I'm pretty certain that pretty much everybody in VP4 has had this experience where they've gone into a room. I'm not talking about. Sometimes the camera's been off kilter, and sometimes players will go to the table to play a shot. Maybe they've started a game, and suddenly they are too low to the table. And I think that the C key, I think there's a bug in VP4 that does that. Because sometimes guys will come to the table and instead of looking down the shaft of the cue, they're either too high or too low, but they haven't done anything to affect that. You know what I mean? I'm sure I've had that.
You'll still be looking down the shaft of the cue with the, if you move it with the C key, because it's moving. It's not moving in 3D space. It's moving in 2D space. So, let's see. How do I say this? So,
when you're shooting, it just goes up and down and left and right.
When you're shooting, the view is centered on the cue ball. So that's the view center in 3D space. When you move C, it moves that view center in screen space. So you can move that off to the right and up. And when you rotate and you view, you're still doing that around the cue ball. Now, obviously, if you've moved it to the right and you want to look down the queue, you have to scoot your chair over to the right too. But these guys in chat are saying that they use it. I mean, so obviously some people are using it and they're going to want to keep it in there.
That's what I'm talking about, Cobra. Exactly what you were saying. The save zoom feature I've always used since the day that came out. That was the first thing I did when it came out, and I saved my zoom. But I think I asked you this before, Steve, about saving the zoom, but also saving your elevation as well, so that instead of just saving the distance that you are down the shaft of the queue, it saves the elevation to your shot unless you change it in game if you're queuing over a ball or something, but it doesn't do that. I asked about that before, but it doesn't do it. Anyway, the first results through, Segres didn't show up. Spectrodon got a bye. So he's had an easy start to the night.
Yeah, it's only saving a distance for that. I mean, could I make it save the elevation?
No.
Yeah. Although there might be some issues with that. But, I mean, it could be done.
Have you had any feedback coming through about what the next league should be other than what you've suggested? Has there anybody else been?
Well, I mean, not from that message I sent out, but I mean, we had talked about this before, and I thought the consensus was 8-ball, but you know, I mean, I want to do any changes that we think would be worthwhile before the league starts, and you know, the other thing in that email is to talk about doing a Masters League, because if enough of the good players want that, then you know, we'll do a league that's only good players with 2-man teams, and that's kind of a fun format because you know, everybody you play is good, and you're playing even. There's going to be no handicap.
Well, they should like that.
Well, I would think so, but you know, again, I'm waiting for feedback. Yeah, the other thing you got to realize about the view is that so as long as you've got your setting to aiming as last distance, which I believe most people probably do.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're using that, okay.
Yeah.
That does put you back to the same elevation above the queue. Okay.
Does it?
If yes, it does. So it does that for you already.
So
now,
at the end of each rack, then it's resetting itself once you get to the table.
It probably does, yeah. The tilde will only set the distance, but that's just in case you lose the distance you like.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, you know, I mean, it's near impossible to keep the same angle all the time, because you know, if the butt of the queue has to go up, then you know your head has to go up, and the view goes up, and you know it's there's things that are going to move it even if you don't. I mean, it would be possible to set a favored kind of view, but don't most players kind of tilt up and down to see the shot a little better? I mean, I know that I do. Is that a lot of shots I'm going to pitch up a little so I can see the angle better on the object ball.
Well, I would think they do.
And so if you're doing that, and I mean, it's you're not going to stay at that elevation anyways.
Now,
I mean, I can put whatever in, but it's just a question of whether it's really going to be used.
what's happening in this tournament tonight? We've got 2 results through, both of them forfeits. It looks as if the match between Steve-O and Jezdev started, but according to this, Jezdev has forfeited as well.
Well, maybe he was getting drilled and decided he'd had enough. Or maybe he had something he had to go do, and so forfeit, and he might even be back for his losers bracket match.
Looks like it. Anyway,
Yeah,
Bedhead
Sergaresh might
3-1
have
up.
signed up and not got off of work in time or something.
All right, so the kids are giving him problems.
Yeah, Cobras is always tilt down. In other words, you raise your head when you say you tilt down, right? So your head is going up, like you're getting higher above the table, and then you lower it back down. Yeah, well, so far, just looking at this, it looks to me like these guys seem to be having no problem with, the throw and the table, but it is different. I'll give you an example. Let's say you shoot a shot with inside English.
Well, it's different. Bedhead's just choked in the 7 ball.
I don't know if that was why, but I can tell you some more extreme cases. If you hit a shot with inside English with speed, it's probably going to be thinner than it used to be, so you're going to have to aim a little thicker because it's going to throw less than it used to. Shots with outside English, you're going to be able to open up the angle a little more, which I think is good because I always had trouble with that on VP compared to real life. Was that, VP, the angle didn't want to open up as much.
So in that case, then, because it is opening up the angle more, then the one thing you don't want to do is keep overjuicing the English like you used to do and tone it down a bit.
Oh, you can juice it up as much as you want. It's just the aiming is slightly different, Let's say you got a shot with some angle, like one of those shots where you're cutting the ball, but you need to draw it back up table, so you're hitting it with draw and a bunch of English. And, that kind of shot right now, you probably have to aim a little bit thicker than you used to. And that, it's really not much. But the advantage of that is you can really crank the cue ball a lot more than, so there's some angles where you can probably still get the cue ball down the table where you couldn't before. But again, this is not big changes. You're talking about, 2 or 3 degrees on the line.
Couple more results through it. Traveling T is beating DJ Redo 7-5, and John Boot has taken out Stefan 7-2.
Boy, these matches are going fast. I like to see that. I like to see these matches go through fast. That's one great thing about VP is that the players play fast. I mean, you can play faster than real life. You don't have to walk around the table, and the players do. I mean, we've got a few players that are more deliberate, but even so, it's going to be faster in real life.
Oh, that's what I meant to show you. John Boot was the captain of 9 ball shots, and Where is it? Where the hell's him?
I thought it was Bobby Barris.
Oh no, Bobby Barris. I mean, did I say John Doe there? I wasn't listening to what I was saying. There's a message that Bobby Barris sent through. And he says, "Hello, I guess I don't know a lot about you, but you have seen a little of my game." And he puts brackets Bobby Barris during this 9-ball league that we just completed. My team 9-ball shots has won the league, and I thank you for your comments towards my guys and me. Can you give the link to your broadcast that you have done for the league? Well, I haven't done that yet because I haven't seen them. I was able to get there a couple of times, but after the YouTube videos I have trouble getting back to these videos to rewatch them. Well, you just go to videos and scroll down, you'll see them because they've got the 9-ball league on them. There only is about 3.
A little correction there. He didn't win the league. He won the league playoffs.
Well, the playoff.
His team won the league playoffs.
No, they won the league at the end. They didn't win the league by finishing top of it, but they won the match that mattered most. He says, "Thank you in advance for your time. How I would like to make a few comments on your estimates of the way I play. This very difficult game of 9-ball. I listen to all great players and everything that is said by these players, and I try my very best to learn as much as I can about the mental part, more than the physical part of this game. Please hear me when I say most of your estimates of my play is right on point, but my thoughts during a game and on every shot has been always measuring the risk versus my chances on getting to the next ball. This league play has reinforced this type of process even more. I do spend time practicing 6 days a week, at least 1 to 2 hours. My biggest improvement needs to happen with my safe shot abilities. I'm aware of this. It hurts. I think I asked you, well, he did. He started chatting to me in our match in the league, and I said, I don't chat during matches. And that was the end of that conversation. He said, I asked you, he said, during league on some ideas how to improve my confidence in playing a safe shot. You respectfully told me that during this kind of play is not the right time. I understood that, and I hope that I didn't create that I was an idiot, blah, blah, blah. He says, I'm all ears if you think you can help me in any way. I know I can gain a lot of playing skills from a person of your skill level, and I hope I'm not boring you with all this craziness. I'll say again.
That's an interesting email.
I'll say again.
I'm sure he's going to get better if that's the way he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I'll say this again. While it being painful at times, I found the positive in your comments. You are not trying to downplay my game. I see a teacher in those comments, and I'm going to respect that, so thank you. Hopefully in the near future you will see some improvements in my play. If so, well, you did just the right thing in helping me get better, always competing in this great game we play. Thank you again for your time. I hope to speak to you in the future. Peace as always, blah, blah, blah. Well, Bobby, I played him, and that's why the first thing I said is that he needs to get his handicap increased, because I can see a lot of things that he needs to learn. And certainly, he's one of the, and he's not the only one, because there's loads of them. There are players who just aren't getting to that next level. And that's, I think, understanding how they're going to move the cue ball, because that's part and parcel of getting, position and being able to run balls. And I'm glad that Bobby isn't a bit like Wanwa, where he just took there's other guys take things the wrong way. They take it to heart. They think you're, ripping into them and trying to make a fool of them or something like that. And that is not the point in this exercise when we're watching some of these guys.
Well, I'll tell you right now, drills is a great way. If I ever get around to it, I'll get semi-pros drills up. That's a great way to get better. If you're going to spend the time practicing, which he is, drills are fantastic, because it's instant feedback, instant way to measure you. You either get through the drill or you don't. But I will say something about what he said about confidence. Then he needs confidence in the safety shots. I think a lot of players mistake attitude for confidence, because they're two completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
Having a positive attitude, means that you're thinking, I'm going to come out and play well. I'm going to make this ball. Dot 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 dot. That's not confidence. Confidence is something that in your soul and your heart. Confidence is something that you don't just decide I'm going to have it. Confidence is something you earn. And the way you earn it is by practice and by performance. So your past performances in competition, your practice. So in other words, if you go practice a lot of safeties, that's going to raise your confidence. If you then successfully execute some of those safeties in competition, that's going to raise your confidence more. Confidence is not something you can just magically get. You've got to earn it. Attitude, anybody can have a good attitude. That's something you can just say, you know what, I'm not going to be negative. I'm going to be positive about things. But confidence isn't like that.
Yeah. Stubbs just the exception, by the way.
Well, I have met people that were, really confident all the time. I mean, it's rare. But I have met players like that. It's a tremendous gift if you believe that you're just going to win all the time. And I've met guys like that, very few. And I wish I was like that. I mean, everybody wishes they were like that, but very few people are. So if you're not already like that, and I'm not saying that you just say it, I'm saying that you really believe that you're going to win every time you step on up, then that's the greatest thing in the world. I doubt there's anybody playing VP4 that's like that. I mean, I've only met a couple people like that in my life.
Well, there's Semi. He's arrived. Good evening to Semi Pro. Let's clarify this straight away. This, I take it you're still there, Semi.
Well, he just said hi, so I would think so.
Yeah. This email that Steve sent out.
One pocket slim. I love it.
This email that Steve sent about a proposed next league and what match, what game it should be, etc. My team, I think, had 6 players in it at one time. Now, it's 6 players, but you're only ever going to have 3 active players. I presume. None of the two of us understand what your comment meant by not having a 6-player team and having 3 players active. Can you explain that better to us, Semi? Because obviously you need backup players for when other players are going to be away and they can't make it each week. So we don't quite understand what you meant by that response.
Yeah, the other thing is you don't have to put 6 players on your team. If the league's 3, you can have 3 players on your team.
As long as they're all going to be there, yeah.
Because they're not all going to be there all the time. But you don't have to have 6. You could have 5.
I ended up having 4. I ended up having 4. That ain't going to happen. That's long dead. It never got completed. It was 14-10 to Semi, I think, when we got that far. Anyway, there's about 3 other results come through here. One Pocket Slim has gone to the one-loss side. FTW has won a final rat decider there. Larry's gone through against Christian 7-2, and Jose has beaten Bankster 7-3. So that's pretty much all the first round matches over, I think, except this one.
Yep, Champion Bedhead's still going. That's the only one.
And I've got the snooker on my phone with the volume down, so I can watch the stream, watch the snooker, and everything's hunky dory. Yeah, getting back to Bobby Barris, I'm glad. A response from that from Bobby Barris means he's thinking. He's trying to think about what he's doing. But I think I'll tell you something. I can bet you he doesn't have offline VP4, because he's exactly the type of player that needs to get the very basics with the Steve Daking tutorials. So he needs to go through that.
Yeah, you got to have offline because
well, if only to give him a
that's
bit.
the best way to practice.
To give him a better understanding of certain types of shots that he probably doesn't really understand. You see players playing shots where they have very little idea of where that cue ball's going to end up, or they think they've got an idea in mind of what they're going to do, but they don't know how to apply it. They don't know how to get that cue ball there. And he's an ideal candidate for basic training.
Well, I don't care how good you play. I mean, offline's a benefit no matter what level you're at.
Semi says, I've got 6 players, so would like 3 players playing every week. I'd like the same format, whatever league. Well, now that makes sense because that's agreeing with what I've said earlier. I said, if you've got a 6 maximum, you don't have to have 6, but if you have a maximum of 6 players option available to you, then fine, as long as you can guarantee you're going to have a full team each week. So I don't think that should change at all. I think it should be set to 6, and if you only get 5, fine.
I'm chalking up the response last night to making it after having a lot of brewskis.
Well, that clarifies it.
Let's see who gets away with that.
Well, the thing is,
that was a tricky situation there in Bedhead Head.
Well, repetition. When you come online, the first thing you do is, if you're setting a challenge room, the first thing you do when you're setting up your challenge room is you set the rating limit on the challenge room. So if you set it to C, then any player that isn't a C-rated player, if they're a C-rated, I'll say that again, if they're above C-rated, they ain't going to be able to play in your room. Simple as that. So you can keep all the sharks like Spectre, Dawn and Cobra for going in and skinning you alive. You can keep them well out of the way, and you can play players around your level. It's a good way to start, because then you can then go up, your rating will go up, so then it'll go up to a B rating, and you can limit it to just B rated players and spend a good while doing that.
But that's not the important reason why to put a rating limit on, because it's not about winning or losing. The reason why to put a rating limit on is if you play people that are really good, you're not going to get very many turns at the table.
True.
And when you're if you're a B or C level player and you're playing one of these guys that can really play, you're going to spend most of the time watching, which isn't going to do your game that much good.
No, that and the fact you'll be demoralised and you'll never come back online again. Simple as that. So, learn to walk before you can run. So there's some guys come in and they set a room and they don't even bother with the rating, and then they get trounced in, and the first thing they do is they disappear out of the room that they've just set. Good evening to Pop Man.
Yeah, well, not everybody knows. Hi, Pop Man. Not everybody knows you can set a rating limit. I mean, the biggest negative about VP4 is that it's got a lot of flexibility and capability, and as soon as you do that and have all those options, it just makes it a lot harder to really take it all in and understand how you can set things up.
Well, for any latecomers, tonight's the first Friday Night 9-ball that we've had with the new physics, and Chimpy goes through 7 racks to 5. That's the end of the first round, I think, now. But we also, Steve also added the break box, which has failed to materialise in the tour of the night. There's a bug there somewhere in the line. But the 9-ball World Championships that's upcoming will have the break box. Let's have a look at the bracket.
I just put it in a tournament that's starting in the high rollers today. We'll see if it shows up, because that I put in actually using an interface instead of hacking it.
When's that due to start? That's
I think it's 5:30 my time, so
that would be
what,
50 minutes.
your time?
5:30 would be 10:30. Yeah, that's right.
No, that's my time. It would be 10:30.
10:30 my time. Right, so the first round matches are over. We'll get Steve-O against Jose. Steve was 2-0 up. In round 2, Larry's 2-1 up against John Boo. Chimpy is now going to play Spectre Dawn. That match is just about to start, and Travelling TT is playing FTD FTW. Now, in the one lost side, Slim's playing DJ Redo. They've just started. And Christian is playing Stefan. And DJ Redo and Bankster just about to start. And also Bedhead and Sergresh, but Bedhead's going to get a bye unless Sergresh is turned up. So
Yeah,
Bedhead's got an easy
something.
one. Right.
Bedhead's probably getting a bye.
So,
well, it's looking like Bankster's getting a bye too. You know, those are the guys. I've got a pretty good record in tournaments playing against bye.
Well, I've never lost to that guy by. Never lost. Played my first.
I will say this about the league: I was super happy about how things went. I mean, I think the players enjoyed it. The software worked for the most part, which was a little bit surprising. I did do a lot of testing, but you know, it's a pretty complex piece of software. So, all in all, I was really happy with the league, and I'm hoping that it's going to be a popular thing going forward.
Well, that's up to participation. You know, people that want to get in it.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
Cobra, that's the Cobra's talking about the break box. That's exactly why there is a break box.
Yeah, that money's on tonight. It's always been on Friday Night 9 Ball.
Well, but there's no break box.
Yeah,
the break box changes it quite a bit.
It won't make any difference to Larry. Larry always breaks within the break box. He's always done. So it'll make no difference to him.
Oh, I did make a change where the ball will pop up a little bit more with the break stick than it used to. I didn't mention that in the change log, but like if you're trying to get the ball to hop a little,
you mean it's now going to hit the lampshade? It's going to hit the lampshade more often.
No, what I'm saying is what used to take maybe 7 degrees, you can probably now do with 4 or 5 degrees of butt angle.
All right.
It won't take quite as much. And I was messing around breaking, and I was able to pretty consistently get the ball to hop the way I wanted and park it.
We'll try that. And was Jesdev one of the guys that forfeited in the first round? I can't remember, but anyway.
It just forfeited. This Bankster just went through.
So Spectre Dawn has won the lag. He's breaking off. And it's scratch, no handicap.
Yeah, gotta like that. I'm going to actually go play pool tomorrow. I'm going to go play in a handicap bar table tournament, which...
Is this local or are you having to travel? Well, you always have to travel.
There's no such thing as local. It's a 2.5 hour drive.
Oh, God.
But one of the reasons why I'm going is a friend of mine owns a pool room and I haven't seen him in a while. And so I'm going as much to see him as I am to play.
Are you going to be in a fit state to drive back, or are you staying overnight?
Well, I'm going with somebody, so they're going to drive back.
All right, so it is going to be a piss up. That's basically what it's going to be.
What do you call it?
We call it a piss up. You know, going to meet a buddy you haven't seen for a while. Supposedly playing pool and just sitting there getting blitzed.
It could turn into that. I mean, I want to start playing again. I need to get in some competition, but this kind of thing, it will be high-low if they get 64 players. But if they don't get 64 players, everybody goes in the same bracket, and I'm playing people 9-2, 9-3, and when you're playing somebody that's 9-2, 9-3, and they can run out a table, it's hard.
Potman, go to the support tab and read the changelog button in the bottom right hand side. There's 2 updates were done. One was done yesterday and one was done earlier today. That'll give you a sort of brief rundown on what Steve has done. But the thing he's been talking about is the break box, which has been put in, which is the limited area, it's like from halfway from the middle diamond to the first diamond on the right, and halfway from the middle diamond to the first diamond on the left. That's the break box area, like that.
It's not
Something
really
like
halfway.
that. Well, it's like
what
that.
it is.
It's a generalization.
I use the same definition for break boxes they're using on the Euro Tour, and that's the one that they're picking up here too. I mean, I've seen break boxes at the diamonds, but everybody's gone to a narrow one, and the way it's defined is if you draw a line between a diamond out from the corner pocket on each side to the head spot, where it intersects the head string defines the width of the break box. And that's exactly how it's done.
So
yeah,
push out played.
Stub would go broke if he was my practice partner.
Yeah, Stubbs holding off. He hasn't signed up yet for the 9-ball.
He's going to.
We can't get enough people signed up quick enough to actually lock him out of the thing. There's only 30 odd in, I think. I was hoping to get loads all signed up, so there was like maybe one spot left, and then I'd sign up to stop him getting in it.
The thing is people always. There's always some people that are going to wait because they're not sure what's going on in their lives or whether they're going to be able to do it, or Yeah, right now there's 33 open seats, so we have 31 signed up.
And we've got another 2 weeks to go, I think.
Robbie signed up, but he's been having problems with his computer and VP4. I'm hoping that he's got those sorted.
I've never heard of that name, Robbie.
R-I-B-I-H.
Oh, Rabbi.
Is it Rabbi?
Well, I call him Rabbi. Yeah, he's been in the stream once or twice.
Yeah, well, he was having some problems. So let's see, when did I send him a message? Last one I sent him was on the 18th. I haven't heard from him.
What problems has he been having?
Well, he was having strange problems. Basically, he'd be playing a few games and suddenly his screen would freeze. He'd have to log out of Windows and log back in, which is not something that happens a lot.
He just needs to clean his PC out. I bet it's full of crap. It sounds like it. It doesn't sound like any problem with VP4.
Well, he said sometimes the information in the right box about players is wrong, like the number of players in the room and showing my name only. There's some very strange things.
Well, there's strange things all the time in VP4. You can look at a room and see a player's name in it twice. I mean, that's never been anything unexpected. I mean, I looked at a room the other day. Wizard Cheat was in it. He was in playing, and then I looked at the names in the list in the room. There was Wizard Cheat was in it a second time. But that's probably because he's got a dodgy connection, and he can quickly disconnect and then suddenly come back in.
Yeah, if part of the problem is that VP4 isn't always told that there was a disconnect. If you don't know something happened, then it's hard to make an adjustment, like taking somebody out of the list.
Oh, welcome to LS3.
Well, Semi-Pro signed up for the 9-ball. That's good.
Why does Reptilian Why does Repetition have to make sure he starts VP? What version of Windows are you on? Are you in Windows 10? Why does he have to start at an administrator mode or it won't start?
Well,
is that his security level?
If you don't install it for all users, like let's say you install it and you install it as administrator, but you don't install it for all users, then you're not going to be able to run it unless you're administrator.
Well, there you go. And as predicted, Bedhead has gone through on that one loss side match with Sergaresh. Sergaresh didn't even enter the building. So
your problem was 30. You're talking about BIOS problems?
is this what Slim had typed?
Yeah. Well, you start getting BIOS error codes, you're in trouble.
Well, repetition, my advice is, if you're the only person with that PC and there's nobody else in the house using it, then get rid of all other profiles. You don't want to start messing about with profiles.
Yeah, I always recommend running an administrator profile and then another one. Like, I've got my SDC profile on my system, and I've got an administrator profile. And there's some reasons why you want an administrator profile, because there's some things that you can't recover from without having one. But my SDC profile has administrator privileges, which means I can do everything as administrator. There is a very few things that you actually have to be on an administrator profile to be able to do. But for the most part, any normal user profile given administrator privileges can do just about anything.
So, Spectre Dawn into the lead. And 2 balls in a break, and he should be out if he can get on the 2 ball.
Yeah, well, you know, Spectre Dawn's going to be...
he's taking a risk there. Run into it.
He's always tough in this tournament. He's probably won this more than anybody, hasn't he?
Yeah, because I can't recall a week where he hasn't been in it. Put it that way, I think he's in it every week.
Yeah,
I don't think he ever takes a break from it. Well, put it another way, he was the first player signed up early on this morning. He probably signed up last week to make sure he was getting in. Well, here's Chimpy's chance.
Oh boy. Yep, he needed that. Yeah, that's a tough one there. It's so hard to try to play a snooker with a ball out in the open table, because if you don't get the speed perfect, you know, you're selling out.
5's off the rail. And for anybody who's interested, not that anybody is, but the ladies 9-ball world championships is on. What's the name of that YouTube channel? They not got a sponsorship on the billiard channel. I think it's the billiard channel on YouTube. But the 2023 ladies 9-ball world championships is running. It's a free stream for anybody that wants to watch it.
Yeah, I like watching the ladies play. I mean, you know, some of the ladies play pretty good.
Oh, I thought he was going to land right in the knuckle there.
Are they playing 9-ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's a lot better game. You know, women playing the 9-ball world championship than men doing it.
Well, Steve just going to run a straight final for that LS3. It's going to be you and Sylvie in the final. So get practicing. You know how... well, I don't think that was a particularly great safety shot, but I think he's got away with it. Let's put it that way. That it's ended up behind the 7-ball.
Let's see. So this is actually the WPA, which is doing this. Kamui sponsoring it. Fisher, Lee, Filler against Zlateva. Ushan against... I don't know some of these players. Ushan's a good player. Filler's a pretty good player. And then where's the... what's the one that starts with a T?
It's been running all week, that tournament. It must be about finished.
I think she's been going out with, what's his name? Tyler Steyer. He must be gotten knocked out.
Well, Chimpy knows he's going to be 3-2 down here.
But yeah, I mean, the women got something good going. I'll probably watch some of that tonight. Yeah, you know, it's funny because at one point Jasmine was doing better than how do you say his name?
Well, good evening
Albin.
to Bill.
Jasmine was doing better than Albin, but Albin got better. Albin's really improved his game.
By the way, Bill, was that your arm, that photograph that was posted on Facebook? Or did I pick it up wrong? I saw a photograph on Facebook the other day, a post, and I'm sure it was you, Bill. And are you ever going to do a 9-ball World Championships with handicaps?
Probably not. We've done some big tournaments with handicaps. Actually, we did do one. We did do, well, we did two. We at the same time. We did one that was handicapped and one that was not handicapped. But most of the players seem to want to just do the handicap ones.
So
non-handicap ones. I mean, most players don't want, you know. I mean, we're getting more players than the one with no handicap.
what the hell happened to you, Bill? Did you get an injury or something? That looks bloody gruesome. That photograph, what they've done to you, they look as if they've split you open from elbow to palm and then bolted you back together.
Yes, Christina Koch.
Catchy.
Is it? No, it's just Koch.
Yeah, but is it not CA?
No, it's TKACH.
Oh no, that's not the one. Is there not a catchy in men's pool?
Oh, yeah, that's the men's. Yeah, that's what is it? Elent catchy or Kachi.
9-ball rules can be found here. Note, this is a call shot game. Just read this on the 9-ball sign-ups page. What the hell's Steve up to? Let's check it out.
It's not going to be call shot. Did I say it was call shot?
I think he's just.
Cut and paste something?
I think he's just I think he's cut and pasted the 10-ball rules into it. I think that's what he's done. It looks very like that's what he's done. Where the hell are we going here? 9th of February, isn't it? Where does it say it's call shot? Call shot off. I think Popman's had a brain fart. I think he's looking at the wrong tournament page. Yeah, I don't see anything about blah 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 blah. No, this is a call shot game. I take it all back. Yep. Yeah. I do see it, Popman. I take it back. I apologise. Steve's gone quiet because he's now gone to edit that.
I haven't gone to edit yet, but I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking.
Oh, that'd be great if 9-ball was call shot all the time, eh?
Oh, I can't wait to see this. I found some website that thinks it knows the 10 best pool players of all time. What do you bet it's not right? Oh,
Well,
for sure.
that's an objective thing, though, isn't it, Steve?
Oh no, it is objective, but I knew that they would leave people out because the problem with people that want to do these best things is they always do it based on when they've been alive.
Yeah.
But I mean, Jean Belucas, she was phenomenal player. I mean, she was phenomenal player.
That's a good shot.
I mean, let's put it this way. They got number 10, Jennifer Beretta. She'd have no chance. They got number 9, Karen Corr. Karen Corr should probably be number 1. Number 8, Jeanette Lee. Guyun Kim. Panjing Ushan. Rublin Amit, who I don't really know a lot. She's a Filipino. Allison Fisher, Kelly Fisher. Chen Simming they got number 1. But, yeah, the best player I've ever seen, woman that I knew, I didn't know Jean Belucas, but was Karen Corr. Karen Corr is a phenomenal player. She came in, I think she came in 8th one year in the men's world 10-ball championship, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, you're right, Larry. That's what I meant. Subjective instead of objective. Right,
hey,
so
he's a tactical genius. It doesn't mean he's a literary genius.
No, definitely not. Uh-oh. So Chimpy, I'm sure you got a ball in the break there. I heard something going. 2 balls gone.
Right,
now he's going for the slam onto the 4-9, is he? Or is he going to give it a bash? Because I don't know whether it's perfectly set, but I'd be giving it a slam to get it out of there.
Let's see here. Let me find this thing and see if I can fix the text.
Yeah. Oh, the cue ball's gone as well.
Well, as long as I'm doing this, I guess I better take a look at the links too to make sure that. Okay, it does link to 9-ball at least. Okay, that link's right.
Well, at least Chimpy's given himself a chance here, even though he's scratched, because had that 4 and 9 still been sitting there, the rack would have been well over, probably, if he hadn't been able to bank that 1. He never attempted the bank. He obviously wanted to try and get the 9 in. Results have come through. I don't know whether I've missed some of these. DJ Redo has beaten Slim in the 1 loss side. Final rack decider there. And Stefan has gone through against Christian 4 racks to 2. And Jose is still on the winner's side. He's beaten Steve-O 7 racks to 3.
Okay, we're going to get rid of note. This is a call shot game. Okay, it's not a call shot game anymore.
Now, just got to come back past that side pocket if that's the way he's going. That's the way you'd normally sort of go, yeah. You just got nice hold of the cue ball there. Chimpy's got it all to do. Dry break. And the 1 ball is on. And, or was it a dry break? Aye, it was. So Chimpy can immediately respond here. And every ball is on, including what looks to be the 5 and 8. I think they both go, yep. 2, Goes past the 7, so they're all there. This is just about manoeuvring the cue ball again. And let's be honest, if you've played VP4 for 20 years, like I have and others, you should be running this table. You can't be playing VP4 for 20 years and not being able to run this table.
Yeah, well, there's ways to make it easy and ways to make it harder, and he just made it harder by getting on the wrong side of this 4-ball. Not that it should be a problem, but you know, there is a side pocket there, and if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be the side pocket.
Well, he went for the bank. And
I don't think he went for the bank. I think he just missed the ball.
No, I think he went for the bank. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's blown it.
Why would you bank that?
4-ball tucks in. Now, I think he can get round behind this 8-ball here. Yep, there you go.
Why is your stream not running?
The stream is running. Who says that?
I just said it. At least it's not updating on mine. Why is it not updating?
You've maybe got it in pause or something.
Let me refresh the screen. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, now it's working.
Well, Chimpy's just shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, he's going to be letting Spectre Don get on the hill is just... But it is winter break in this, right? Isn't this winter break?
Yeah.
So you've always got a chance if it's winter break.
Yeah, well, the problem with that, Steve, is that he's probably played his last shot because obviously Spectre Don's going to be breaking next for the match. And he may well not get another shot.
Yeah, break's still the biggest unknown. You know, you don't know if you can make a ball. You don't know if you're going to have a shot. That's the one thing that even the best players can't completely control is what happens on the break.
So, Spectre Don's last break was dry, so that's all Chimpy's got to go by. He's got to hope he comes up with a follow-up. And, oh, that 8-ball just kicked the 3 in. The 3 was coming back out there. And he's got a shot in the 1. The only thing is how's he going to hold for the 2? He's checking this with a bit of left English just to stay in the left-hand side of the table and play a bedhead cut.
This is just draw right-hand English.
He is digging into
the side rail, just like that.
Played it well.
His problem's the 5-ball. That's the problem. Ball. He got to figure out how to get to that, and unfortunately, he's going to have to try to open that up off the 4-ball.
Yeah,
unless he plays to get behind it, because you can shoot it up table if you can get behind it. And
the wrong side.
You know what? Well, unfortunately, the 6 is blocking it from the 1 pocket because he could roll behind it that way. Well, that's a smart play there.
That'll do.
So what he did is he went behind it and hit it with enough speed to bump it out. That was really well done. I like that play.
Yeah, that was good.
The thing I like about that play is that
Here is
you hit the cue ball on the line at
wrong thing. Wrong thing.
And he just put more speed on it. Well, now the stream's locked up again. Is other people having problems, or is it just me?
It's just you, Steve. It's me pressing the wrong buttons. I'll grant you that, but I'm not. I've not done anything to the stream.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, everybody can learn something from that kind of shot. Where that's where the ball wants to go, but he can't shoot up table with 6s in the way, so he just hits it harder on the same line and lets it bump it out. Oh, and then he dogs it.
A lifeline for Chimpy.
Singing his praises, he dogs it.
Well, if I was Chimpy, I would take your medicine here and just cut this in and bring the cue ball somewhere back to where he is at the moment and don't try anything too elaborate.
Not me. I'm going 3 rails. Well, I'm loading this up with left-hand English and going 3 rails.
He's going to hook himself behind the 8.
Well,
commentator's eye.
The thing is he didn't. He could have put more English on it. If you look where he put his Q-tip, it was not out as far as it could have been. He just didn't crank it enough.
Yeah. Well, he just lost the match right there and then. You should have done what I said. Just take your medicine and leave the tough one rather than trying to get too good. Bankster goes through it. Travelling TT. He's taken he's taking him out. Bankster wins 4 racks to 1. So the one loss side's moving through rapidly as well.
Yeah, this tournament's really moving along. It's not going to last that long.
Yeah, you're right enough, Cobra. Yeah, it's definitely his router, his system, isn't it?
His router? What's a router? That's a Scotland. That's a Scotland term, a router.
Well, your box that connects you to the net.
That's a modem. Well, that's only a modem if it's a cable. If it's fiber, they don't call it that.
Let's have a look and see where we've got to here. Right, we've got Jose playing Larry in round 3. Jose's getting the last 2 and he's 2-0 up against Larry. And on the one loss side, we've got Bedhead playing John Boo. John Boo and Bedhead are 2-all. Let's go in and catch that one. And John Boo's getting 7 and out. And Bedhead, well, this looks fairly straightforward. If he's got enough angle, just stun this in and get over to the left side. Doesn't look too difficult. It might be a bit straight. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, he's not that straight. You just got to hit this a little bit of pace. It's not that straight.
There you go. What was the problem? Yeah. Dead easy.
He played it well. Well, I'll tell you the mistake most players make with that shot is they get the Q-tip too low. That ball's gonna want to come back when you're hitting it to that pace. It's gonna pick up some spin off the other ball. So the Q-tip position has to be pretty moderate on that.
So Bedhead on the hill.
Oh, and a good break. Cue ball got kicked. He didn't get the cue ball back quite far enough, and it got kicked, but he's perfect.
So,
and you would expect Bedhead's going to run this out.
Yeah, 2 balls gone, 1 ball fine, 3 ball into the side, 4 ball very adjacent. The only worry would be the 5 ball. It's all to do with how he finishes in the 4. 5 balls tucked away behind that 8 ball up table.
Yeah, but he can shoot in either corner pocket, so that really shouldn't be a problem. You know, this is where you got to make sure you get right on the 4 ball. And if you do, it's easy. If you don't, then it's hard.
He's going to have to tweak it into the gap between the 6 and the 8 here. He can just dink this in. He might have too much angle, though, now that I'm looking at it. Oh, yes, he's got way too much angle. He ain't doing that.
Well, he could kill this in the corner, but I'm not sure that he can stop it enough to get a shot on the 5. Yeah, this is, that's just, that's a mistake that shouldn't have been made because, maybe he's not going to get perfect on it, but he had to make sure that he got that ball out. He just tried to dink it. I mean, you could have gone 2 or 3 feet further and still been okay.
Oh, he wanted to hit that into the 5. He wanted to hit that into the 5, use it as a stopper and duck for cover.
But he did mess the 5 up. He's going to have to move the 5 ball here. I mean, it's easy going 2 rails into it, but you may not come up with the shot that you want. I don't see any English on it yet. It's going to need a little bit of English.
He's going to have to get a bump here. Unless you try to get really cute. Is he trying to get really cute and do a spectre on and go right down the back end of this 5 ball?
I would always hit this with a little left English because it's going to make the cue ball come out better. Oh, he tried to play behind it, and that was a complete fail. That was a little tricky trying to get behind it. The speed there, especially when you're cutting the ball, to get that right. That was tough, but he played a great safety.
That's well done. That's got John Boo in a heap of trouble here.
And he may have realized that when he tried to get behind it, that hey, if I don't get perfect, I can always play safe.
Now, how's your luck? How's your luck? Hit. No, well, it needs to keep going.
Yep, that's enough, I think.
Now,
well.
He can't do much with this without scratching, surely.
Well, I'd be firing this bank. I mean, this is one of those shots where the safety's pretty tough. I'd bank this 5-ball. To me, that's a shot. I mean, yeah, it's not an easy shot, but you know, what else is he going to do? Playing safe with this situation is very difficult. Yeah,
Excellent.
He did bank it and hit it
Let's
great.
watch the replay of
That
that
was the
last
right shot. That's the thing about pool is sometimes you got to shoot shots that are hard. I mean, it's just the nature of it.
So, of course, Bedhead can't make a numpty mistake here because of this 7 and out.
Yeah, that was well played. You know, and that's you know, he's it would have been nice to go down a little further, but that's how you got
his favourite Bedhead cut.
Overrun it.
This is what he likes.
Well, this is natural. This is just a little bit of left English. Get it to turn around the corner. Oh, oh, wow.
Well, there you go. That's how you lose matches like that when you're given 7 and out.
I don't know why he didn't move. Why they chose that cue ball path. I would have hit that with just English, left English, and you can load up almost as much as you want there and get it to come around the corner and come down table.
Final rack decider.
Wow.
And Mark Allen is 2-1 up against Signcam.
Well, there goes the cue ball.
Oh, I missed that one.
So Bedhead's got this. Bedhead's got the same deal. Boy, I'm not sure that I'd do this. I'm not sure why he's playing that. I guess it's okay.
Well, again, this table absolutely perfect for running out.
The thing is that leaving that 5-ball there gave you an easy way to get to the 6. Now, not that it's going to be terribly difficult to get to it, but it's certainly going to be harder than it was with the 5-ball there.
Well,
with the 5-ball there, you could just shot a stop shot on the 4 and then, you know, drew off the 5 to get on the 6.
Oh, good point, considering the fact the 4 ball's up table and he's got to get to the bottom half of the table to get to the 6 because, you know, I don't believe he's ever going to leave a 6-9 combo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still doable. It shouldn't be a huge thing, but I mean, I just didn't understand why he shot the combo there. He could have shot the 1 down in the corner and left the 5, which would have made the table simpler. Pattern play is one of those things where, you know, it's a lot of subtle things, and my pattern play really improved over time, but it's still not great. I mean, I watch people all the time and see how they play situations and what they do. You know, you watch the good players and see how they play patterns. And
is this forward and right English, or no, he's digging in?
Yeah, I'd dig into this one too.
Watch the cue ball.
And I probably missed it too.
Well,
he shot the right shot there, I think. But, you know.
Let's see what John Boo does. Let's see what he's thinking, because he could easily scratch the corner here if he tries to get around the angles. He's digging in as well. And watch the side pocket.
Yeah, well, that's a tough shot. And
oh, hang on a minute. That'll do.
Lucky.
Yeah.
The reason why that's a tough shot is the cue ball's curving, and that's why he ended up hitting it thin. When you jack up like that, the cue ball is gonna curve on you.
So John Boo has taken out Bedhead. That's unless he follows this 7-ball into the hole, which he ain't doing. So John Boo, well done to him, making use of the handicap and also making use of the mistakes by Bedhead.
Who would have thought Bedhead has 2 tables that, you know, he can win on, and he doesn't get there in either one.
Right, let's go in and see if Larry has got into the match. Yes, he has. Larry's now trailing by 1 in the round 3 match with Jose. And Jose getting last 2. And Jose at the table. Now he should be ducking behind that. Is that a 2-ball there, or is that the 6? It's a 2-ball.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, you're going to be playing a combo on the 3. It might go by the 8, but.
Oh, watch how far you go. He's fine.
Yeah, he's still okay. Yeah, it might go by the 8.
That will go by the 8 if you were where the 9 ball is, trying to play it,
But
'cause you can easily
I
hit
think
off
it's
the
better
draw.
to play the combo. His problem here is he's going to draw back into the 9. He wants to only get a little piece of it and get the cue ball back a little further. Yeah, see, that just made the combo tougher because it's a zigzag combo. I mean, it's still not that bad, but it can be missed.
Definitely will go in off the jaw, this 3 ball. And that's well played. Yeah,
Yeah, good shot.
you got a double-decker bus pass there. Now he's got to follow it up, though.
Yeah, this is just make the ball. I mean, position's automatic. You just stun across. Make sure you don't put it behind the 9 ball. That's the only thing you do wrong. Oh, he's going to shoot it in the side. That's probably better. Well,
That's fine.
Oh, okay. He went that way. I probably would have taken that 2 rails, but that works. Well, it's looking like Jose is, what was that? Oh, he gets the last 2. I forgot.
Yeah, pay attention, Steve. You're worse than me at this time of night. I'm usually missing handicaps and all sorts at this time, but I don't have work to go to tomorrow, so I don't care.
That wasn't a good rack. It didn't come apart good.
Yeah, but is that 2 and 9 dead set as a combo? Let's have a quick look. No, it isn't. It isn't.
But it can be made, but it's going to have to be overcut a lot. From the other side, you might be able to throw that in. It's close. It's close to what you could throw. But from where he is now, he's going to have to cut it. And on this kind of shot, if he's going to shoot the 9, you gotta overcut this quite a bit. You know, like you almost got to be aiming to the right of the pocket to get this, because it's going to throw, and he's not going to mess
Cue
with
ball behind the 4.
I think he's okay.
We're just lucky.
Maybe he's not. He's okay if he shoots it in the side, I think. I don't think he can shoot in the corner unless he jumps.
Well, DJ Redo's taken Steve-O out on the 1 lost side, 4 racks to 1.
Well, the problem with this jump shot is you need to drop back too. And, well, look at this hit. Is he going to get to a rail? No, he's not. Yeah, I think, you know, I probably wouldn't have shot that combo, but unless I was playing so bad, I felt like I was going to have trouble running out. But he might be wishing he would have shot the combo.
So Larry gets his reprieve.
Yeah, this is just simple, straight follow with top.
And he's dead straight in the 7. The only place you don't want to be.
Well, I would have hit that harder. The closer you can get, the more you can do. But, you know, I mean, I know VP guys are a little afraid to overrun.
Yeah, but if he'd finished in the rail in that 7 ball, he was absolutely perfect. He used to stun it in and come out for the 8.
This is okay. You just got to drop back. And if he overcooks it, he's still got the side pocket and then the other corner. I mean, this isn't that bad.
He's done the old VP4 escape route.
Well, that's okay.
That's his test 8.
He's got it in a good spot.
We'll see how generous these pockets are now.
Looks like he's going to stun it over. He could roll forward if he wanted, or he could stun it either way. Yeah.
No, not that generous, Larry.
Well, you know, and that's, let me tell you what, that could have just been, you know, the throw's a little different now. So that at that angle, the ball is going to throw a lot, and there's probably a little more throwing in that shot than there used to be. And that could have been one of the reasons why he missed it. Because I looked how he lined up on it, and that ball definitely threw a fair amount.
So Larry has it all to do. And Jose, look at that 9 ball. Look at the 9 ball.
Yeah, well.
And Jose doesn't have a shot.
He can play the 9 ball. I mean, just thin the 1 and let the cue ball run down and make the 9. I mean, it's.
Well, he might as well have a go at it.
I'd say this is probably a 50-50
Oh,
shot.
that's excellent. Beautiful.
Yeah. Hit it perfect.
Let's watch the
Yeah, that was
replay
the
of
right
that
play.
last shot.
Nice little shot by Jose.
All you Cowboy players, that should be like a hanger. I mean, if you play Cowboy, shouldn't that be an easy shot?
Well, it should be, but not in the 10-footer.
But this isn't a 10-footer. This is a 9-footer.
Yeah, it should be easier in this table, I'll grant you that. Can Jose squeeze through there?
I'm not sure what he's doing here, because that was not going to go in. There was no way.
And he'll be in trouble in a second anyway.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Jose.
Let's just lock him up and throw away the key.
Yeah, he didn't get him stone dead locked up, but it's still not bad.
Now, Jose hasn't learned from his last attempt at the jump cue, and this is even worse for him.
Yeah, well, this one's going to be a lot harder.
And he gets it.
And he almost made it. Well, that was a well-executed shot, but it didn't go in. And, you know, he overcut it, which is kind of typical with jump shots. I don't know if you guys have ever realized this, but you have to aim thicker on jump shots. Did you know that, Hugh?
No, I know I hardly jump, and when I do, I'm useless at it.
I'll tell you why. Think about this, okay? So let's say the ball comes in and it's on the table. Even if it's a jump shot, if the ball lands on the table right where the ball is, you know, where it's hitting, versus if the ball hits up on top of the ball, the further up it hits on top of the ball, the more it's going to end up cutting it.
Oh.
Because the higher you go on the ball on the same line, the thinner you're cutting it. So when I shoot jump shots in real life, I line up thick on them, because unless I know I'm jumping the ball and then it's going to bounce and be on the table, if I'm going to fly it into that object ball, I always line up thicker because it cuts more.
Mm. I'll remember that the next time I attempt a jump shot. I'm just happy I can get over a ball. This is dead straight as well, so he's just got to come back an inch or two. He's managed to squeeze it out.
Well, he's still got life. He's breaking and got a lot of games to come back.
Couple of balls in. I think the one ball's gone. You can cut the two in. Or is that the one ball? Oh, aye, it is the one ball. I thought it was the 9. 9's on the left side. So the 3 ball, the 6, and the 8 have gone. So this should be easy.
He's looking pretty good here. And he hit that the right way. He didn't overrun it. Because the 7 could have potentially blocked if he hit that harder. So let's see how he decides to play this. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, he got funny, but he's still okay. This is one of those little kind of stun run shots. This is a little bit tricky. But if you hit the 7, as long as you hit on the right side of the line, you're okay. Okay, that's really wasn't how you wanted to hit it. Now he's in, what is this, bedhead territory?
Oh,
is
yes.
That what you call this?
And the fact that it's last 2 for Jose, this is all over if Larry doesn't get this in.
Yeah.
Now watch the 9.
For the 9 ball.
Watch the 9.
For the 9 ball.
Oh, he's fine.
Boy, that was close. Looks good now.
So that was a break and run for Larry, which is what he needed.
Yeah, and he needs 3 more of them. Good break. Pretty good cue ball.
2 ball going to be, oh no, 7 balls done him, I think.
Maybe
has
he's
it?
shooting a combo here. No, you can shoot the combo.
I thought the one ball had gone.
I don't know if he can get it by the 9, but he can definitely shoot the combo.
Yeah, he can get the 1 past the 9.
And he just stuffs that right into the rail.
Watch this 9 ball where it's sitting. There we go. Sayonara. Game, set, and match.
That wasn't kind at all.
I don't think this needs an awful lot of thought. I mean, this has just hit the 9 ball, hit that 1 ball full in the face as far as the cut angle goes, and you've got to get the 9.
It's not quite dead straight, but it's real close to it.
Well, that's how to lose. Set the 9 ball all around the table, 3-4 rails, and just set it more or less plumb for the 1-9 combo. So Jose goes through it.
Yeah, Larry's to the loser's bracket.
So Jose, well, the bad news for Jose is that there's a possibility it's going to be spectated on. He's only 3-2 up against FTD FTW, and FTD FTW is getting the 7 ball. Meanwhile, on the one loss side, DJ Redo and John Boo, DJ Redo's 2-0 up, and Stefan and Chimpy are 3-2 at the moment to Chimpy, and Bankster's waiting in the winner of that match. Let's have a look at that. Stefan looking to take it all the way.
Yeah, and he's in a pretty good position right here. See how he decides to play this.
Oh, well, that wasn't it. Oh, dear.
And, you know, you got to hit that pretty bad. I mean, yeah, you can't. You basically, at that speed, you can't hit it into the side rail, really. And he got a good chunk of the side rail. You know, any slower speed, that goes in every time. But at that speed, you got to hit it in clean.
Yeah, and why didn't he just use the rail and the ball and the angle he could create just to come out and drop that 7 ball into the side, or even finish short and play it up table?
Yeah, I mean, or he could have played in the other corner too. I mean, he had a lot of choices.
Oh dear, look at what Chimpy's up to here. I mean, this is Christmas come early again here for Stefan.
But again, this may be some of the throw changes, because that kind of thin shot is not going to throw as much as it used to. So when you've got thin cuts, you know, if you're overcutting them now when you weren't before, it's probably because it's throwing a little less. So you have to aim those thin shots slightly thicker than you used to.
Well done, Jose. You've annoyed Larry now. Welcome back to semi-pro. So here we go. Final rack. Stefan breaking. And ball in the top right-hand corner.
He's lost the cue ball, but well, this is interesting. See, I bank this every time in the corner pocket. And the reason why is because, well, maybe it won't go in the corner pocket. I take it back. I wouldn't bank it. It wasn't going to go by the 7. Well, he hasn't got him. There's a pretty good safety you can play here to get it behind the
He's just got to miss the tip, though.
Well, he decided to fire away.
Well.
And that's probably going to cost him.
He's left it a wee bit awkward, I think, Stefan's.
Well, this shot, if you hit this shot with left English, you can kill the cue ball off the long rail and control the speed.
As you said.
Plus, you're not jacked up. See, that's the thing. You could cut this with left-hand English, and you're not jacked up.
That's going to hold the line. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. Where's the 3 ball gone? Oh, he's okay here. He's going to maybe have to go back and forth. We'll see. I think. Oh, okay. I thought the 4 ball went. I wouldn't have done that. The 4 ball did go. Yeah, it did go.
Now he's got to decide, is he going to hold it or open this up? He looks like he's going to put inside English on it, and he didn't put that much on it.
He's not controlled it the speed though.
Yeah, he just needed more inside English. The other option was, you know, hitting that with a lot of left English and going 2 rails.
Yeah,
But,
the handicap helped Jose, but Larry setting up the 1-9 combo for you was the biggest help in the end. Now, where's this?
well, this is tricky.
Is
This
he
is a
bumping
tricky
this through?
situation. This is hard.
I don't think he can bump that 5 through. That's too tight.
No, I don't think he can. No, he can't.
Well, that'll work though. You know, he's left a bank.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's a shot for most players you're going to lose if you give them that. We'll see whether Stefan can get this in, but
That's well played.
and he can.
And he's got a nice little bump onto the 7.
But, you know, that was a tough situation where those balls were sitting. They rolled up tough, and I'm not sure what I would have done there. I mean, Chimpy decided to do that, which, you know, wasn't the worst play, but it's tough to leave a guy that kind of shot. I would have probably tried to do something crazy there.
So, Stefan goes through, takes Chimpy out, and now Stefan will be playing Bankster. And
he's going to get weight there too.
Larry's,
right? Or maybe that one might be even, Stefan and Bankster.
Yeah, Larry's got a little break between, until their match is done, because the winner plays Larry, and then the loser on the winners bracket at the moment is going to come through and play the winner of John Boo and DJ Rido. And
DJ Rido's about to win this game. He's on the 8 ball right now.
Spectre Dawn is 5-2 up against FGD FGW. Let's watch the John Boo match.
Well, that match is over.
Oh, is it finished? That's why I can't get in.
Well, he's shooting a 9 ball right now.
Well, I've just joined the room, so I might jinx him. You never know.
Yeah.
No.
Well, now it's over. He just shot the 9 ball.
So
you're watching something that's already happened. Well, Spectre Don's really opened up a big league here. It's 6-2 now in that match. I think that match is, wow, what a shot. Oh, it didn't go in. That was a hell of a jump shot. He just hit there. Hung up in the pocket.
I don't think I've ever seen this FTD FTW guy play.
I've seen him on VP4 online. I'm not sure I've ever seen him in a tournament. But obviously he's doing okay. He's won 2 rounds. He beat Slim 7-6 and beat Traveling TT 7-1.
Have you done any more drills, Steve?
You mean, have I been shooting drills? No, I need to. I just, I don't know. I got a little bit depressed. I'd been working on my game and was playing shitty. Although in league on Wednesday this week, I only missed 1 ball, and that was I only had about maybe a half a pocket, and I had to hit a stroke shot, and that's the only ball I missed all night. So that was encouraging. I mean, that is just on a bar table, but I've been playing shitty, so I need to get back and do the drills.
That was a good shot. Needs to get into the gap, and he has done. Now he's dead straight in the 6, so let's have a look. What would I do in this situation? I would just, maybe try and pinch a wee bit here and just...
Oh yeah, you draw this one back.
Well, he's looking around.
Draw this back, and you know, again, it's one of those ones where, hey, you know what? That's not a bad play though. I mean, this shot. Here's the thing: is most of the guys that play this don't like this shot. I like this shot.
I don't like it.
A lot of guys don't like it. He hit it perfect.
Centre of the pocket. And I think that was the 8 ball in the break. 3 balls gone as well. And he's got a cut in the 1. And this he's got to leave him on the 2 if he hits this in with a reasonable pace, not blast it in and get the cue ball back across the table. Oh dear, that's the only thing he didn't want to do.
Yeah, I would have drawn that back above the side pocket.
Nice.
I mean, because any kind of cut on the 2 is going to be easy.
I think it's too far distance to get a spin around and catch that 2 to
He
pot
tried
it.
to play it off the rail and missed it. I tell you how pool is just like golf. Is when you're playing poorly, you don't know why, and when you're playing well, you don't know why. That's the one thing pool has in common with golf. Well, I think this is all over here.
Yeah, it's just about to be.
Inspector Don would have to dog it not to get out here. That's the thing about guys that can play, you know. Guys that play at a high level, they don't get on this, they dogged it. Guys that are, you know, lesser players, they could just mess up or play the wrong shot or all kinds of things could happen why they don't get out. But
well,
for Inspector Don, he has to dog it.
He's left himself in trouble here. He's got to pull off a pot.
Where do I see virtual pool in the future? I'm not sure. I mean, I'd like to work on the graphics. That's probably the thing that needs to be worked on the most right now.
Oh, now that you mentioned graphics, Steve, that just brought something to my attention. 2 guys online the other day said that it was mentioned that when you hit the cue ball at a certain speed, a shadow appears. Now, other guys who are watching in the stream might be able to confirm or deny this, but 2 guys mentioned it.
Well, that's just their monitor. That's their monitor or the update rate, because you can get like a ghost image with certain update rates and certain monitors.
But it's strange that 2 guys mentioned it the same day after the update, or on the day of the update. I don't know.
No, it's just...
I can't say I've seen anything, though. I mean, I've seen nothing.
It depends on the monitor technology you got and your update rate and stuff, but you can get a thing where it's like kind of a shadow image as the ball's moving.
Well, we've got a hot seat match already, and it's between Jose and Spectre Don. And Jose was getting, what was he getting against Larry? He was getting last 2, wasn't he? So he'll be getting something similar with Spectre Don. The question is, though, will Jose get to the last 2? That's my argument. Will he get many chances to get to the last 2? I don't think so.
He's got the 7 ball.
Is that all he's getting?
Well, you know, I mean, Jose's pretty good. It's not like he's going to get a ton of weight.
Well, it's strange that he was getting last 2 against Larry and he's only getting the 7 ball against Spectre Don. I don't quite follow that logic.
It means Larry's probably either getting a 7 ball or the 8 ball if he plays Spectre Don.
Right, let's... Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? Pressed the wrong thing. Oh, the wee bubble thing isn't up yet. That's what's wrong.
Now, why does it say plus last 2? What's going on there?
Where's it saying?
Look at the bracket for DJ Rito. It says plus last 2. Why is there a plus in front of it? What the hell is that?
Well, Jose's on the right-hand side.
Frickin' software. It just adds a plus in front of the last 2.
Well, you've seen that one in the bracket as well, where before the handicap appears, they've got a whole lot of digits next to their name.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how it said last 2. Got a plus in front of it. That's probably something stupid.
Oh, I see it, yeah. I can barely see it, but I can see it. So, Spectre Don won the lag. Ball in the break, on the 1 ball. I think you can just stun that in and come across with the 2.
Yeah, this is this kind of table you know, it's a little trickier than it looks, because when you start getting a lot of balls close together, like the 6, 7, 8, 9, and that 7 ball doesn't go in the corner, it goes in the side and it goes up table in the corner. This is actually a little tricky here. And that's really not a great place to put the cue ball. Now he's going to have to do something. He could try to run to the 7-9 hold it with right English, but that's risky because you don't know how you're going to come out with that.
Well, I think what semi-pro is saying there is, I mean, when you talk about doing a graphics thing, I mean, it's what level are you talking about in graphics, Steve? Because is that a complete change in terms of the actual rooms? Because that's like a
yeah, it'd have to be the rooms.
That's like a VP4, a VP5.
I mean, the tables could be used still. The tables are actually pretty good. I mean, they can look better with a better lighting model, but the actual geometry on the tables isn't bad. It would have to be improved as far as lighting models make the tables look better.
Well, that's a big commitment if you're going to do that.
Oh yeah, the rooms, that's almost a complete redo on things because there's just too much low polygon stuff.
Oh, he's okay. I thought he was going to sneak in the hole there.
Yeah, that was a little close to the corner.
And Stubbs arrived in the room. And Spectre Don's getting very much interested in this bedhead cut. I think he likes this. He's getting more and more attracted to it.
He just doesn't get it, you know. It's like why is he still typing in caps?
Because he tells you his caps lock button's broken. I mean, he must be really poor if he can't get out and get a cheap keyboard. That's all I've got to say about it.
Yeah, you can buy a keyboard for $10.
Oh, God almighty. I mean, you don't even need to leave the house. You get it delivered next day.
Well, here's another rack that looks pretty good. I mean, it's not an automatic. It's not a connect the dots rack, but, you know, I mean, 4 to the 5 is a little tricky because that's the hard part is the 4 to the 5. I think the rest of it's pretty easy. I mean, yeah, that 4 to 5 is a little tricky.
Well, I don't see
you can play to leave yourself a cut on the 5 though.
I don't see it being I don't see it being a big problem provided he gets out far enough where he's taking the 4 and he's not interfering with the 9.
It is though, because you know, then you got to hit it at the right speed to get on the 6. You're on the rail, the 8 blocks you. I mean, you're out too far, the 7 blocks you. So,
well, I think this is a good puzzle for Spectre Don to work on because that's what he's pretty good at.
What I would do here is bring the thing out and take the cut on the 5 ball and go back and forth. And, there's take the chance that you're going to hook yourself.
Oh, he's got to get there, and he has got there.
Yeah, well, this is kind of in between land. I think you can just roll this with a lot of right English and be okay. That's what I would do. Is I'd roll this with a lot of right English to kill it.
Kill it, yeah. Yeah, he's got enough room, I think, to do that. He doesn't even need to do it, I don't think. But he's fine.
Oh no! If you didn't put right English on that, it would have popped out a lot more, and plus it would have gone forward. No, he's done all the hard parts. The rest of this is easy. That was the only hard part was the 4 to the 5. And that's really what, what you got to do as a player is after you break, you got to look where the problem balls are, like 4 to 5 there, identify that, and then work back from the 4 ball, decide where you want to put the cue ball and work back to figure out how you're going to play the balls in front of it.
Well, that's 2 racks where Hosey's not got to the 7 ball, and I'm hedging my bets and saying he's going to have a slim chance of getting to it unless Spectre Don makes a mistake.
Well, that's 2 break and runs, so
yeah.
I mean, That's 2 racks. Not only didn't he get to the 7 ball, he didn't get out of his seat. You know, it's pretty hard to win a game when you don't get out of your seat. Well, here's his first chance. So
you're using the purple cloth, Mark. Good for you.
Purple cloth. Oh God, that's ugly. You know, if you got a whorehouse, you put purple cloth. But
oh dear, Jose, that deserves one of them. Well, ball in hand for Spectre Dawn, and the problem will be the 4 ball. 4 ball.
Yeah.
The
You
4
can play
ball.
the 4-7 combo goes, but you've got to get on it right, you know, to be able to get the 4 and the cue ball in the right spot. I mean, he could run into it here, but I wouldn't do that because it's too indeterminate. Let's see, does the 4 go by the 7? Yeah, if it does, it's pretty tight. Yeah, let's see how he gets on this. Oh, and he gets really good on it. So he can just roll forward and let the cue ball bump the 9, hit this easy. He's got to hit it with enough pace to bump it a little. And he decides not to take a chance. That's a smart shot. I like that decision. He knew where the 4 ball was going and didn't take a chance.
Now, he's not going to hook himself behind the 9 here, is he? Is he going to make sure he's staying in the short side? He's managed to hold it.
That was well, you know, he's putting killing English on inside's going to kill it there. Yeah, you know, he's playing really well right now, and part of this may be, I don't know if he plays pool in real life. I think with the changes that were made, if you play pool in real life, this is probably going to feel a little more comfortable to you. You know, maybe he does, but he's playing good. I mean, you know, you watch him play the way he is right now, and you're thinking this guy should be winning the world championship.
Yeah.
That was a really well played rack. So he's got 3 games, and all 3 of them are run outs from the 1 ball. 2 of them are breaking runs. He's got a ball on the break. Is he going to come up with a shot? Looks like he's going to.
Yeah,
here we go again.
This is over.
Well, this is the best table he's had as far as run outs. This is by far the easiest ones. It's not quite connect the dots, but it's pretty close to it. And he won't try to get too high here. See, and this is the sign of somebody smart. I mean, he would have liked to hit that a little harder, but he wasn't going to make the mistake of going too high and potentially hooking himself. Now, unfortunately, he didn't hit it hard enough, and this is a little tricky. But he handles it well. Yeah, it sure looks like 4-0. And see, that's a perfect line to run that on. You know, this is how you can tell somebody can play, is by the line the cue ball moves on. You know, he's moving the cue ball on beautiful lines.
Well, there you go. Well, you know, again, he was. I think he was more interested in how that 9 ball was coming away from the cue ball when he hit the 6. And Jose's been gifted a lifeline. Good evening to Tommy.
There wasn't a whole lot there that could go wrong with the 9 ball. I mean, it could hit the 8, and you know, but I mean, the chance of it screwing things up were pretty low. You just got to make the 6 ball there.
Bankster has taken out Stepan, 4 racks to 2.
Hi, Tommy. Yeah, and you know what? That's the kind of mistakes that can cost you the world championship. I mean, here he is playing beautiful pool, and then he dogs a ball that, you know, you don't think he's going to dog. Now, part of that may be the ball throw being a little different. I mean, I'm expecting players to have an adjustment phase, which is why it was important to get this stuff done a ways before the world championship, because even if you can't, you know, logically tell that this is a little different, you know, players play kind of intuitively, and that intuition has to adjust some.
Well,
See, like that kind of shot there, okay, where he's more that angle and he's rolling it with inside. See, that ball really grabbed and threw a lot. And that's what I'm saying. That is more like real life, but if you're not used to it,
it's not got there, Jose. Got to get that cue ball tucked away.
so everybody needs to get on these tables and play a bunch before that World Championship. I haven't seen Albin around. He needs to get in here and play on this.
Now, I presume everybody or anybody that's still watching, you know that the break box option is in, I think, the advanced settings. You just check the box, or you click the arrow to put the break box on. So that's what you should be doing if you're in the 9-ball World Championships. That way you can get practice with it.
And you should be able to do that in both a match or a challenge room. And also to note that you're also going to want to put rack money on so that the 9-ball rack's on the head spot.
Yeah. 9-ball goes
offline
there.
has not been updated yet. And the reason why offline wasn't updated yet is because online is kind of my final test to see how things are going, make sure there's no problems, make sure the players are comfortable with the changes before I do the offline one. So offline's probably going to get an update in 4 or 5 days probably.
Oh dear, Jose. I presume he didn't hit that.
But if you're asking whether or not Breakbox is an offline, yes, that is true. It will be an offline when the update comes out. That's one thing I have to do. I got a couple things I have to do. One thing is I think I broke the recordings. I don't think recordings work. So when you can't play something back, you'll know why. I'm pretty sure that I broke them. The other thing is I've got to make the computer opponent know about the break box, because right now it doesn't.
Well,
so I still have some other stuff I've got to do.
Another finish one here.
And tomorrow I'm screwing around because I'm going to play pool. Or as Q calls it, I'm going for a pisser.
No, a piss up.
A piss up?
Yeah. Yeah.
A piss up. Okay. Yeah, I'm going for a piss up tomorrow.
Yeah, Steve calls it playing pool. I think it's just a piss up. A day out and coming home like you've been visiting a brewery.
Well, it's probably closer to that because, like I said, I mean, I've never. This tournament's been going on for probably 5 years, and I've never gone to it. But the guy that owns the place is a good friend of mine, and I haven't seen him in a long time. Good player, plays a little better than I do, and great guy. His name's Rod Rentz, and I've gone to Derby City with him. I've traveled with him a bunch of times.
Well, I think this rack's over as well.
Well,
loads of room to go on the 2-ball.
This shot's a little tricky. I would hit this thin with right English.
Oh,
he's just going to dink it and take this shot as it comes. And this isn't bad because you can control the speed here.
He wasn't prepared to take the risk of running it.
Well, I mean, and there's some logic behind that. And when you're playing in real life, there's, you're not going to play the shots exactly the same way because you may not want to dink it quite as much. Dinking balls in real life is harder to do. Well, he tried to control it, and he got himself a little funny here. Now, this is not natural. If you roll forward, you're going to hit the 7. If you get by it, you're going in the side pocket. This is a little tricky here. He's going to stun this and shoot the 7 in the other corner. Oh, he tried to come out. Now, I don't get that. I would have shot that 7 and stunned it over to the rail and shot the 7 in the other corner. He's got nothing now. He's got a back cut on the 7 if he wants it. He may play safe here. Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's probably a good choice because he was not in a good spot. Unfortunately, he left the shot. That 7 ball can be cut in from where, and that's all he needs to make. He doesn't need to get on the 8. I think Jose is probably going to make this ball.
No, he's trying to jump.
Yeah.
He's trying to jump the 8.
Why is he going to jump you out?
Well, has he actually got around to? I mean,
he just cut this right in the corner. He's going to try to bank this. This is crazy. This ball, you just cut it in the corner. You might even scratch trying to jump this. Oh, that's just a gift back. That ball was easily cuttable. I mean, it wasn't that thin.
Well, it looked thin to me. I mean, I could see him cutting it, but he'd have to blast it and run the cue ball.
Well, I mean, the cue ball was going to run around the table, but it wasn't ridiculously thin. I mean, it wasn't like a shot that was going to be hard to make. It was so thin. You were going to have to let the cue ball run some, but, you know, that shot, I can't believe he shot a jump shot there.
Well, Larry's one rack all with banked up.
This, you just got to get it past the side pocket. He's putting inside on it to make the shot harder, but it guarantees you're not going to have to mess with the side pocket. And that was well played. That kind of shot, you know, length of the table with English on it is, that's not an easy shot. It shows you that, you know, he's not afraid to shoot the shot like that. A lot of guys wouldn't have put inside English on that shot.
And I think there's an awful lot of guys in VP4 who are afraid to do anything like that. I mean, I think there's some guys have an understanding of what, you know, what you would do with the cue ball, putting inside English on it to check it and straighten it off the rail. But
well, I can tell you that if I'm playing in real life in a match and you know, I'm probably hitting that with a lot of top and trying to force it past the side pocket. I probably would not hit that with inside, especially on tight pockets. I mean, these pockets aren't that tight, but I mean, you know, that's not an automatic shot when you put English on it like that.
Well, the one's getting kicked in here, I would think.
Plus, you're hitting it with speed, so if you hit the rail, it's
watch
not
the cue ball. That's unlucky. Oh, he's got away with it. I thought he was going to scratch there.
Well, let's see how he plays this, because this is an interesting shot.
You drop it in dead weight, and you're on the 4 behind the 8 ball, just like that.
Before it doesn't go past. Oh, does it go in the side pocket?
I'm sure it goes in the side.
Side pocket. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking he was going to have to run into it. I didn't realize it went. Well, I've seen a few shots that I think were missed because of throw, but for the most part, I think these guys are adjusting pretty quick to it.
Well, Spectre Don's going to be 1 away in a minute.
Ignored? No, it wasn't ignored. It just hasn't happened yet. There's a difference between ignored and hasn't happened.
What's VP Monster talking about? Because I've missed the top of the chat.
He's saying that I'm ignoring offline. It doesn't make sense to do an offline update when you haven't got to the point where you're done with the physics changes.
I mean, in that sense, that's where I mean, I do agree with what Steve said, and I don't know whether VP Monster was here earlier when you said what you said, but because Steve's getting the updates up and running in VP4 online, and then he's already tweaked it today, and then once he's happy that everything's running okay, then he can get to the stage you're looking at updating the offline to put the not only the physics update but the break box option in as well. Plus, he said he's also got. You can't just think about updating offline. He said he's got to update the AI players so that they know there's a break box. So there's other work involved there as well.
Yeah, it's not just press a button for offline. There's all kinds of stuff. There's trick shots for billiards and pool, and there's a lot of work to do an offline release after making some of these changes. And you don't want to have to go do it all over again because you decided, gee, you know, this isn't quite right.
And Larry has gone through 4 racks to 1 against Bankster. Larry survives.
Then there's the stuff you don't know is broken, and I just found out. Yama sent me a recording of a match, and I tried to play it, and I couldn't. I'm like, oh, great, I broke the recording, so I didn't even realize that.
Well, I watched... you must have just broke it in the last couple of days, because I watched that...
yeah, I think it was broken for this release.
It must be, because I had watched that Yama 101 and out in the Cowboy match that was uploaded network thing. But I haven't been near it since, though.
Yeah, one older one will probably work. I think the newer ones won't.
Spectre Dawn pretty much straight in this 6-ball. Just kill it. I mean, you could even just roll through, but kill it's the simplest way.
Yeah, well, this has been pretty close to the clinic. He dogged 1 ball, but other than that, it's been pretty much perfect play.
So, Jose is now going to go through to that 1 lost side, waiting on the winner of Larry and FTD FTW. And that room has just gone up. We'll dive in there. Spectrodon can go and have his usual coffee break or whatever. Because he's going to have at least...
He must take a lot of them.
Well, he's going to have at least half an hour to wait, because there's this match to go, and then, of course, the other match for Jose once this one's finished.
Well, he had some pretty good safety options there. Decided to shoot the bank. And, you know, that's the thing, is you're playing a guy like Spectre Dawn and you shoot that shot, it may be 4-0 before you get back to the table, which in this case would be no good since it's only 4 games in a loser's bracket. But, yeah, I just don't, in these short races especially, I just don't think you can afford to shoot that bank shot unless you're making it.
I thought for a minute there Larry had overcut that. He certainly used all of the jaw on the right side.
He's a little funny here, you know. Is he he's probably gonna cut this in the side, which means the 5-ball is gonna be moving.
No, he's trying to cut it up table.
Yeah, and is he gonna hit it with inside? He's hitting it with inside too, so he's hitting a kill shot. Now this is an interesting shot. I love this shot. Now
he's killed it too good.
Hard. Well, he didn't hit it hard enough because wasn't thinking about the kill. He was just playing that to get the cue ball to come out. He could have killed it more and shot it in the other corner, but when you're putting inside on it, it's going to kill, and you've got to hit it harder. And that's something you have to kind of build that into your DNA, where you know you got to hit that shot with more speed. But that's a cool shot. I'd be willing to bet most VP players aren't comfortable shooting that shot he just did.
Well, that's a shot that I play quite a bit in Cowboy. You know, where I'm doing it for position to keep the cue ball in a certain spot, and you play, you know, loads of English to. Oh, wait a minute, hang on a second.
There's a disconnect. I'll tell you what, you can kill the crap out of the ball in certain situations, where the harder you hit it, the more it kills. I mean, there are situations where you can do some amazing things with English kill shots. If you're at the right angles and stuff, it can be a shot where there's no way you can get on a ball without hitting it and really killing it.
This FTD guy, anybody know where he's from? Is he from the UK?
Well, right now he's from nowhere because he's not here. I'll see whether he comes back.
Oh, the yawning started big time. Right, I'm watching a snooker, and Mark Allen is 4 frames to 1 up against Sankam, the guy who's beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan. Who else did he beat? Mark Williams last night. It was 67-0 behind in the final frame decider last night. It was 67-0 behind. There was 67 in the table. He got the snookers, the snooker that he needed, and he cleared up. Well, he didn't clear up. He put a run together, and then there was a battle in the pink and the black, but he won out in the end. So he's had a good week.
Scores for golf. Golf's going on in Palm Springs this week. PGA Tour. So speaking of golf, Live Tour got a TV deal. Now here's the thing, and this is what cracks me up. You guys probably, all you guys in Europe probably are sick of this, the way Americans talk, like this is the center of the world and nothing else matters. For months, all I see is articles in the paper here. Live has no TV deal. Well, Live has all kinds of TV deals all over the world, but because they don't have one in the U.S.,
it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist. That's exactly. Yeah. You're right enough what you said. If it ain't happening here, it ain't happening at all.
Yeah, exactly. But they did finally get a TV deal here, so I knew it was coming. I mean, the sports writers are so anti-Live, and I can kind of understand it since they don't like the Saudis with the whole the journalist that got killed. Yeah, the journalists are super against anything that has to do with Saudi Arabia at this point.
Right, hang on a minute. Because he's taken an awful long time to get back into this room.
Well, who knows what happened? I mean, his computer could have. His computer could be in flames right now. You don't know what happened.
It's one of the Ukraine, according to the flag. That's a Ukrainian flag, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he could have just got hit by a bomb. You don't know what's going on there.
Well, that's true. If he's genuinely from Ukraine and he's still living there.
Yeah, anything could have happened.
I mean, they could have bombed the power supply.
Yeah, anything could happen if you're living there.
Yeah, I think this is going to time out because it's only 5 minutes. Remember?
Yeah, you've got 5 minutes to come back when you leave. It's not the timeout that's on the tournament page is the timeout for your match. It's starting.
Yeah,
but it's only 5 minutes if you go away in the middle of a match. Forfeit. Another guy in the lead, Davis Thompson from University of Georgia. Another guy from Georgia. University of Georgia is just freaking cranking out the pro golfers. There's like 12 guys on the PGA Tour that went to University of Georgia.
So
the dogs.
That is just about to update in the bracket. Larry goes through. FTW has gone. And that room will be going up in a minute.
Well, let's hope he's okay and didn't have something bad happen.
Now, we need to remember this is a revenge match for Larry because Jose took Larry out with that last 2 in round 3, beat Larry by 7 racks to 4, but Larry's got even more of a sweat on because it's only a race to 4 on the one loss side. It's cutthroat.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Jose better play smarter than he did against Spectre Don, because when he did get chances, he didn't do the right thing. You know, I think that's why you need to play a lot of good players, because you play these guys that, you know, give you a lot of chances and do a lot of stupid things. Well, you can do stupid things and you still can win. But you start playing these players that don't give you so many chances and don't do stupid things, and you're going to lose a lot.
I think Jose's won this. Jose's won the lag. And he's getting last 2 again, of course.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say who the favorite should be in this, because we've seen Jose do some silly things, but Larry we see struggle sometimes. So this could go either way.
Well, the break was dry. Well, Larry's certainly
Break was dry, and
certainly going to be in the 2, and the 3's down the bottom here, and the 4's the middle of the table.
This table is beautiful. I mean, the only thing that's a little funny is the 6 of the 7, and the only reason why is that, you know, if you get thin on the 6, you got to go up and down the table, which really isn't the end of the world, because 8 and 9 are going to be out of the way. So
yeah, you've got loads of room to go up and down once these balls are all cleared.
So the smart thing to do, you know, is just decide, hey, you know, where that 5 ball is, I'm not going to try to get, you know, really good on this 6 where I don't have to go up and down the table. I mean, you've got to know where you're coming in the rail. Like, if you're confident you can come into the rail around where the 9 ball is. Now, the problem is obviously that's no good, because, you know, you can't really go 3 rails because that 9 ball could be a problem. So I would play this, you know, if you're going to shoot the 5 and go underneath the 8, I would play it conservative and leave myself in a spot where I was going to go up and down the table where I knew I couldn't screw up.
Well, Larry can go 3 rails here easily to the 9 to get on the 6.
Well, he can, but
he's trying to come out past the 8 ball here.
What you don't want to do is get yourself in a position.
You don't want to lie on the 9.
See, this is why you don't want to try to get good. He could have just left it up around the side pocket, had a thinner cut, and gone up and down the table.
He can't get to it, I don't think. He can't get to it.
Now he's screwed. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Just plan right up front to go up and down the table, and don't try to get that shape that is going to cost you. Because, you know, now he's got this. I mean, this whole thing started because he tried to get really good on the 6 where he didn't have to go up and down the table. And it was just the wrong thing to do.
Well, it's fatal as well, considering he's given last 2, but he can easily thin that 7 and try and get down here with the 8. He's brave enough.
That's what I'd be doing, is I'd be playing safe here.
Yeah, this is a good pace. I like the pace, Larry. It looks good to me. Not just going to duck out. And Jose can see it.
Jose can see it. That was a well-played shot. It just, you know, it didn't work out. I mean, when you hit a shot like that and you don't quite get safe, you know, you can't be too upset. I mean, you hit it good.
This is a good bank, this 7 ball. He's gone for the cut.
Oh, he tried to cut it.
He sold out, though.
He's selling out. And, yeah, a safety paid off for Larry. One Pocket Slim's going to blame it on the trackball. Slim, I'm going to blame it on...
blame it on the boogie.
I'm going to blame it on bad pattern play. I'm like, that was the wrong decision.
Larry's got out of jail there, I think, a little bit again. The architect in his own downfall there, almost.
I'll tell you what, you watch pros play pool, they try to move the cue ball where they cannot get hooked. And they'll take a harder shot. You know, they'll take harder position for the next shot. They don't like taking chances with the cue ball where they can hook themselves.
Now, This
I
is
think I think you just got to shoot a stop shot here, and then yeah, and now you're going to suck it between 6 and 7 with left English and spin up table for the 4.
I think he's got too much angle for that.
Oh no, he doesn't. You can suck this back and spin it easy, easy. You could suck this into the corner pocket.
Like that.
No, I'm talking about the corner pocket of the table. See, I don't get that, man. That was a shot. You know, especially,
I thought there was too much angle.
Especially, well, the only problem with the angle is whether you're going to clip a piece of the 7. Okay. But remember what I was saying, that you can shoot that thicker than you used to with the way the balls are thrown now. You can aim thicker. You can aim thicker on that 2 ball than you used to before these updates.
VP Monster has just, well, I've missed most of it now because it's scrolled up, but he was talking about having a higher level of ranking player than just a champ between 2,300 and 2,500.
We could have a world champ. That would be what I'd call it, is a world champion. But, you know, when I said that before, people were like, oh, it can't be a world champion unless they've won a world championship.
That's exactly my point of view, yeah.
People would say that to me, but, you know, if you're just doing it by what's a higher rating, I would have called it a world champion.
I would call it glorified numpty. There you go.
Yeah.
Give that as a title. See how many of them get to 2,400.
Yeah. Grand Poobah. Yeah, we could go for a Grand Poobah.
Well, Jose, you got to do it, son.
We could come up with something like master, but the problem is always
that's well done.
It's not really a pool term.
I think he should have tried to kill that onto the 9 there and stun it on a wee bit. He's let it leak away, but you know he's got to be potting this
ball. He can just hit this easy.
No, he's got to be potting it.
Yeah.
Back in the game. See, that's outside the break box where Jose is breaking from, because he's breaking from the first diamond.
Didn't do him any good.
Yeah. Dry.
So I see a safety coming here.
Oh, Larry can get nasty here if he can. You just try and sneak in behind that 7 and 8. That needs to have the legs. It needs to have the legs, Larry. You've got to give it the legs. Even if he'd hit that bit more and he bumped straight into the 3, he was laughing.
Well, but that's what you want to play. You want to play bumping into the 3, because that gives you the way to control the speed, which is the hardest thing to control. The line isn't as hard to control as the speed.
Now Jose's got cover in the 9. This is the old give it a hit and hope. And he's going to be nailed. He's going to be nailed. I mean, this is just let the cue stroke and kill it stone dead, nail it to the 2.
Yeah. And you just got to watch out making a ball, because
at the moment he looks as if
out making a ball here.
But he's looking as if he's playing the cut. Yeah,
he's cutting it.
He's decided he's going hell for leather, and he's got himself in trouble immediately. I think he can cut it again.
He's okay. Yeah, he's okay. I mean, the problem is where the 3 ball is. You know, when you got a ball that's like that. So if you're looking at the table and you got that situation, you got to decide how you're going to win the game. So if you're going to start shooting at stuff, you have to have a plan for this 3 ball. Like, how am I going to play safe? Because I can't make it. Now,
that's a good idea.
Shot. I guess the question in my mind is, did he have that plan when he shot the 1 ball? Because that's the right way to play, is you have that plan that, okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to play safe on the 3 like this.
Oh, he's got let's see what he does here. I mean, the shot I would prefer would be cutting it up the table to get the cue ball out onto the 4 rather than just trying to drop it in dead weight.
Well, if you roll on it, it depends on how you roll. You could roll where he shot in the other corner.
He looks as if he's going through to get up the top side of the 4 to take it into his bottom corner. He's come back.
He drew it back, yeah. He drew it back, shot on the side and drew it back, and that's fine. I mean, you just don't want to get funky on this 5. That's probably okay. He can.
Don't draw it into the side pocket, Jose. Whatever you do.
You either got to draw it past or leave it up there. I'd draw it past in this situation because it's pretty.
No, he's checking. He's checking out. He's decided he's just.
Well, that's okay.
Distance.
I mean, even in real life, this is okay because you can go up down the table. He can probably dink this in VP. In real life, I'd be going up and down.
Well, we still haven't got a Hall of Fame in VP4. I mentioned that a while ago. We still haven't got that with all the list of the champions and what they've won.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do.
So, Jose goes into the lead. And Larry's working up a sweat now.
Hasn't Cobra won the last 2 world championships in a row?
Well, what was the one that came after the cribbage? Because Jose...
Cowboy.
Aye.
Wasn't a Cowboy.
Because Cobra won the cribbage one, and he's won the Cowboy one.
Wasn't it Cowboy after cribbage?
I think so.
I think Cobra's got 2 in a row. Nobody's done that before except for Albin. The question is, who's gonna step up and challenge those guys?
Well, Spectre Dawn's the sort of champion in waiting, but we've been waiting for a while.
I think Spectre's Dawn could do it. We've seen some other guys that had potential. I mean, Tommy's gotten better. I think Barker's could possibly do it. I think Interchange X could do it. I mean, I think he could really improve.
Well,
I mean,
the thing is that can they do it for a sequence of matches? That's the question.
Well, that's, that's one of the hard things.
Do they have that level of consistency to stay the distance?
Yeah, the problem is to reach the level that those guys are at. You know, most players have to get better in multiple areas. It's not just any one thing. And that's why it's hard to get good as you get better, because now it's just you're chipping away at little details and different aspects of the game: shot making, cue ball movement, pattern management.
Oh, that's the perils of the last 2. Larry's missed that 5 ball with a country mile.
Well, and this is the Larry that loses, is the one who starts missing balls like that. I mean, because when he's not missing balls, he's usually pretty tough. And that was a nice shot there. Hit that with inside and hold the cue ball to squeeze it past the 9.
See, this I'd be just digging into this a wee bit just to stun it down.
I would hit this with top every time, just
like
that.
I would always just stun it down.
That's just because you're a snooker player.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a lot more reliable to go forward.
So it's back against the wall now for Larry. 3-1 down, point in a row return. And Jose breaking. Now he's decided he's going to change his break. He's going further left.
He cut break that. That was a cut break.
He's making the most of this now that the break box isn't in it tonight. And here's the 1-9 combo to start.
Yeah, or you could play the billiard. Cut the one ball in the corner and try to play the billiard at the same time.
Oh yeah, I'd be going for the billiard. Yeah,
it's close to being on. I mean, I think
Larry's playing a 2-1 here. He's ducking for cover and bringing the cue ball down.
And he didn't get cover though.
No.
He had a good chance to get cover, but it just didn't work out.
Now Jose, he's got to get up the table somehow or other here. Now, needs to miss the 7. That's a good shot. Needs to keep going.
PFWM. I don't know. You know, those are like all the little acronyms and stuff they have now. It's probably death for white males. If it's in the USA, it would be death for white males.
If you win more than one world champ.
Oh, okay.
All right, that one. That's appropriate for Stubb. Mind you, he hasn't won a world championship in VP4, so even though he hasn't got that, he's got that title.
I'm not sure he's ever going to unless he changes how he's playing. Now, I will say that when he played, what was the last championship he played? Was it
It was the cribbage, was it not?
the cribbage?
Yeah.
He did actually start playing smarter. I mean, I think he did play safe more. I thought there was some improvement. So, he starts playing a little smarter and he could figure into one of these things.
Well, I mean, I'll stop you right there, Steve. I don't think he's that smart to be doing that in 9-ball. I think it's all out for the pot or nothing at all.
Well, I mean, it's a different game, but it's the same sort of thing applies. Is you can't afford to get wild because you can't beat the better players.
Exactly, and that's his major problem. Well, here's the match chance for Jose if he can get on this 6-ball.
Well, he's got ball in hand.
Yeah,
I mean,
anywhere on the right hand side where the cue ball is right now would do nicely. The only worry
I'd hit this thin and bring it across the other long rail, just like this.
The only worry is that he wants to
gone to the long rail.
He doesn't want to interfere with the 8-ball.
Well, the 8-ball's not in play, but he's funny here. He should have gone further and bounced off the long rail. If you had a little back cut, still easy. This is a little tougher.
Watch the cue ball.
Yeah,
hits the point.
That was all because with ball in hand, he got himself in a funny spot.
Well, he's home and dry here. I mean, there's no way he's not in the 8-ball.
No, he got away with it. It's looking like he's going to win, and he deserves to win. Larry just made too many mistakes.
And Jose has taken Larry out twice. It's not often that happens.
But who? Well, it sounds like one guy that should be in already is One Pocket Slim. So who else is going to come in and challenge him is the question.
So, Jose, well, the bad news for Jose is Jose won the revenge match there. Larry tried for the revenge but failed. And the bad news for Jose is he's now having to play Spectre Dawn again, who just
but he's in the
pasted him
finals.
to the one-loss side. So
hey, it's never bad news when you're in the finals.
Well, that's only 2.5 hours we've gone tonight with a full field, and we're already at the final. This is one of the quickest Friday night 9-balls we've had in a long, long time.
Let's see. I'm looking for players on this high rollers. I don't see Slim signed up yet.
It's got another hour to go, though, hasn't it? Yeah, about another hour. Oh, that'll be time for me to go and get a coffee and then come back and see if it's working.
If LS3 was around, she might play in it.
I don't think she hangs around that late at night. I've never really seen her on at 10:30 at night, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I think doesn't she have a kid?
I think so, yeah. And quick check in the Mark Allen match. Mark Allen is 5-1 up, 1 away from the final, I think.
Hey Slim, I'm driving 5 hours tomorrow to play pool, and I suck right now. So.
Now, Steve, let's just correct that statement that you've just made there. From the information you gave us earlier, the information you gave us earlier is I'm going to meet an old friend, a good friend, to play some pool. And I said, is it local? You said there's nothing such as local here. It's a 2.5 hour drive. I said, right, so you're going for a piss up.
But it's 2.5 hours each way. So
yeah,
it's
but
5 hours of driving.
Yeah, but you're not driving. You failed to mention that there, Steve.
Well, I still have to ride. I'm riding in the car for 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, Jose, you've already had your fingers burned, and you know the price you pay here if you do numpty stuff against Spectre Dawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's getting to that next level and thinking differently about how to play when you don't get very many chances is it's a huge step. That's a very difficult thing. It's probably one of the hardest things that I had in my pool playing was to learn to play when you get very few chances to learn to be able to be in that
Yeah,
match.
I mean,
It's not something that you normally do until you get to a high level, and then you're like, well, how am I ever going to beat this guy? I only got to the table twice.
it's about making sure that you're not making it easy for him. You know, knowing when to wind it in and when to push it.
Yeah, well,
Know your limitations.
You can't take a lot of chances. I mean, you've got to play smart.
Now, I mean, this table here, for example, all he has to do is go on the 5 ball here and not be straight on it. Let's have a look. What's he done here?
Straight on. He's okay.
Right,
he's
he's
gonna have
fine.
to roll forward or force it over, one or the other.
But this rack should be on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is like.
Now he's going to finish nailed to the rail and he's running the cue ball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is fine. I mean, but it's.
Well,
you know, obviously it would have been simpler if he would have put the cue ball in a better
he
position.
could end up bumping the 8 ball here, which wouldn't do him any harm if he doesn't hit it thin.
Or he could just miss the 6.
Oh, and he's hung the 6. I never even noticed that.
Well, that's the thing is if you're going to go to the other side of that 6, you got to hit that 5 ball harder and force it over there, and you know, make sure you're not close to the 6. Even if you're a little behind it, it's okay, but not when you're that close.
But you see, there's a perfect example with that table there. That table was not difficult. All the balls wide open, and it's about manoeuvring the cue ball. And if you've got a wide open table like that against somebody like Spectadron, you better be taking it out.
Like real life skill levels in real life, an A player in real life is going to get on that table almost every single time.
Yeah.
Because in virtual pool, what we consider to somebody to be like a champion is, you know, like that's an A player is going to run out there. They're not going to mess that up too many times.
I expect the Don's looking at this 4 or 5 times. Well, that might be Hosey's one and only best chance of winning a rack here in this final. You never know.
Well, yeah, he just...
I mean, he can't be relying on handouts here from Spectadron. He ain't going to get many. The cue ball, though. There's the first one. The commentator's curse worked perfectly for Jose there. But is he going to be able to get the job done here? So, 2 ball, I think he might be, is he slightly the wrong side? No, he's got a nice little angle, he can stun it. You don't want to be running forward and heading into those balls there, Jose. Well, he's in the gap. Now, off the rail and out far enough. Nice angle in the 4. The cue ball's got to take the path out into the table, but get out far enough for that 5. Don't be drawing this, whatever you do. He's going 3 rails here, I think. That needs to just slow up, it's going too far. Well, that's another one of them. Watch the cue ball. Well, this 6 ball will come back to haunt him if he doesn't get it in this time, and he has done. So 7 ball, Jose's money ball, squares the match. Steve's gone very quiet. I don't. He's away getting a coffee.
No, I'm here. I was just looking at how to get to Hazelhurst. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's like most of Georgia's rural. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's 112 miles this place. Or actually, 109 miles this way. 2 hours and 23 minutes, according to Google.
Yeah, but that'll be probably mostly on freeway until you hit the back road that takes you to the place. No,
no. It's like I said, Georgia has a lot of rural areas.
Is that like a backward nation?
Well, it's got one really large city, Atlanta.
Oh, I was going to say an emerging nation.
It's got 2 smaller cities, Savannah and Columbus, and then everything else is rural. I mean, it's basically countryside most of the state.
So it'll be like crops and everything.
Yeah, a lot of crops
or livestock.
Yeah, it's basically a 2 hour and 23 minute drive on 2-lane roads. 1 lane on each side. It's all country roads.
Stuck behind a truck.
You know, I mean, there's not a lot of stoplights or anything or places to turn, so even if you're behind a truck, they usually move pretty good.
So Jose, problems with the 4 ball here.
Well, not really. I mean, the problem is getting from the 4 to the 5, not getting on the 4. Because,
well,
you know, this.
How tricky is this that you could cut this with left English to try and check off the rail and come out? You've got to hit it hard though, and I don't think the English would work enough.
I'd go behind the 8 ball and shoot the 5 down the other corner.
No, I haven't. Just missed it. No, I haven't a clue what he was thinking there.
He was thinking, I don't know what to do, and I'll miss it, and that'll solve my problem.
Well, he's looking like, unless he really drags into this, he's looking like bumping the 9 here.
Well, that's what happens with players when they're not really sure what to do. Is then they just screw up. You know, if you watch a pro get into situations that's tough, that's where you see them spend a lot of time and think, and they'll come up with some kind of plan. Even if it's a shitty plan, they'll come up with it and they'll commit to it, and not just screw up because it was a tough situation.
Well, he's bumped to 9 nice and firm, bumped it out the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting him to get out. The question here is he going to run into the 6 or miss it? I think if he goes forward just past it, he can shoot it in the side.
Yeah, like it's going to bounce if it keeps going.
That'll work. And now he'll shoot it in the corner. Yeah. Let's see what he decides to do. Drop back into the 8 ball. Or try to draw it past the 8 ball. I'd probably try to draw it into the 8 ball without a lot of speed just to make sure I'm going to get a shot on the 7.
I think he's looking at pinching this a wee bit to try and come across the 8 ball.
Well,
is he? No,
I don't think so.
Oh no, he's leaving the bed head cut.
He's not even going to draw back into the 8 ball, and this is fine. You could just spin the crap out of this with a lot of right English and get a good shot on the 8. That's what I would do here. Is I would see he's gonna try to shoot a kill shot. I would have just spun it. He got away with it.
See, if you'd put the table speed up 2 notches like I suggested, Steve, that would have been in the hole there, and they would have scratched.
I think the table's plenty fast enough.
So
if I put the table speed up 2 notches, Larry would probably quit virtual pool or have to buy a mouse.
So 2-1. Sounded dry to me.
Yeah, the 3 ball would have gone, except it hit the cue ball.
Dry, but nothing
dry,
for
but
Jose.
not selling out dry. And this is where, where are you going to push to?
Well, he's going to be. He was thinking about.
He's got a kick safe, but it's not the easiest thing. And this is not a good push. You're just going to get locked up pushing like this. I mean, this is not a good push. Jose should be locked up after this shot. Well, that's not very good.
Well, I mean, this is letting the balls run loose here if you play the billiard onto the 6.
No, I think you play the combo here. Or you play safe. I mean, this safety is pretty good. You could bank the 1 at the 9 ball and probably get safe both. You just got to get the cue ball over to like run into the 8 or the 3 if you want to try to make it. I probably would have played the 9 there myself. Because if you get a free shot at the 9 and you can get safe, you might as well take it because it's not like that combo was that easy.
Well, he's got to have Jose in trouble now because there's all these balls on the right-hand side of the table asking to be hidden behind and bank the one off the table.
This has just put a shitload of left English on it.
He's going the other way.
And cut it over. Well, and this is okay too. I mean, that's a good shot too.
Yeah, it's not a difficult hit though.
Make this? Yeah, and he can make the 8 ball.
Yeah.
That's the big problem is that 8 ball goes off the 3 very easily. You just kick into the 1 ball and that 8 ball's gone.
Most certainly. No, he's not hitting
it. He hit it too easy.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh,
he's got it.
That
was well done. He had the right idea.
But that's a nice shot. So, yeah, that's why I would have played the other way. The cue ball was just too much stuff over there.
He hasn't quite gone out to a comfortable line for him.
No. Now he's going to have to make a ball. This is just, draw shot, but still, you'd rather not have to shoot this. Because anything with speed like this is going to make the pocket smaller.
Well, if he starts going forward here, he's asking for trouble.
I wouldn't go forward here.
Yeah,
he's trying to blast it forward. I don't know why he just didn't draw that.
Yeah.
Well, you can't give Spectre Don too many chances. I mean, I think he's probably going to run out here. And this is another one. This is just hit this with right English. You don't have to, but if you don't, then this can happen pretty easily. You can just control the cue ball better. You could have hit that, I know guys don't like to spin the ball up that much in VP. Not really quite sure why, but those kind of shots where you're spinning around the rails, they're easy because you're rolling the cue ball with English. It's real accurate. Well, he's either got to go to the long rail or put left on it and hold it. Unless he shoots it in the corner. He's probably going to shoot this in the corner. Nope, he didn't. He decided side and hold it.
Yeah, left English does the trick.
Oh, all those were good options. Yeah, this rack's done. And he's going forward here, and that's that's a good choice if you're comfortable with that shot because it's just more reliable than trying to draw it. Yeah, Spectre Don, he's right at that level where if he just played, every once in a while he makes either a bad pattern decision or a bad execution decision on how he's hitting the cue ball. Probably more of the latter. If he could just clean a couple things up, I think he can win the world championship. I think he plays good enough to.
I think the other thing is safety. His choice of safety shots and his execution of some safety shots would help his game.
Weak. But I've noticed that he's gotten better at safeties. He's definitely improved at them since I've been watching him. So I think he's trying to improve that part of the game. Safeties, bank shots, kick shots. I mean, kick shots are probably, just as important as playing safe because the other guy's going to play safe and you're going to be kicking a lot. So, You know, those parts of the game.
Now,
It's like I was saying before, you know, you got to get better at a bunch of little things. Safeties, kicking. Okay, he does them okay. You could do them a little better. Pattern choices. He's actually pretty good at that. He just makes a poor one once in a while. Execution choices. All those little things add up into winning or losing when you're playing somebody like Cobra or Albin.
well, Jose's gone funny straight away here because he's ended up not enough angle on this 2-ball, so he's having to leave it long.
I would have forced that. I would have just hit that hard and forced it 2 rails and out.
And now he's in real trouble.
I mean, well, yeah, it's like not only is the shot hard, but it's hard to get the cue ball down. I would have forced that around for sure. I mean, he had enough angle; he could have got that out. Yeah, and then it's the stubbish blast.
You know, these aren't controlled shots in the slightest. He's just banging at them. He's banging at them with the off chance that he might get lucky, and that ain't the way to try and win.
Yeah. Well,
Spectre Don's the man with the problem here now. So he's got a 3-ball that he's got an angle on, but is it a workable angle where he can have some sort of shot in this 4?
Well, I'll tell you what you could do. You could
He's trying to get into the gap.
You could have played the cross corner bank,
and he's got the gap.
Well, he played that perfect. Yeah, he does have the gap. I think that was a good choice.
Now, you see, you then ask yourself the question, you know, did Jose study that table enough and think exactly where he was going to go? Because the only thing that went wrong there straight away was finishing awkward in the 2. But
that was a tough one to get around on.
You know, coming up with solutions is the thing. Is the big benefit that you can have in any game is coming up with a solution. You know, working a shot and how to shape it to get there to give yourself a chance.
He either needs to play safe or run into the 7.
You know how we're talking about Spectre Don's safety shots. There's an example there. That was poor.
Yeah, that was less than wonderful. I mean, it wasn't a gimme safe, but that was not even close. Well, if he wanted to, that's an interesting shot he just played there. The thing to do here is hit this firm enough to get a piece of the 8-ball and kick it towards the corner. And he's going to hit it easy and not get the 8-ball. See, all he had to do there is shoot the ball in and hit it with speed.
He only needed the 7. He only needed the 7.
Okay.
I just remembered that there as well.
My bad. Yeah, he was shooting his game ball. Be like me, an idiot, and hit it hard and end up scratching or something. Yeah.
Well,
not paying attention.
Jose's still in it, but it's early doors. 6 and 7 are no good, I don't think. Let's have a quick look at that 6-ball. Well, that ain't going anywhere fast.
It's not wonderful there, but he can move it off the 4 and still have a shot with the 5. I mean, that's what you want to look for. You see where that 4 is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's easy to get on the 4 where you can break them, and the 5's wide out in the open. So, I mean, he should be able to run this table out. So now he's funny.
He'd be really, really unlucky to play. Well, obviously he has to have the angle in the 4 one way or another, but he'd be really unlucky to be playing a breakout here and not have a shot. But he's got to get in the 3, though.
He needed to hit that with more speed if he was planning on running to the 8.
Now the 5-ball still goes.
Well, he can bank this ball. It will throw. You hit this with left English. This ball does bank. Left English. It's going to throw the line, and it's going to open up the 3-ball with the spin it's going to put.
Again, I don't know that that's a great safety. I mean, that's a bank on the 3. I don't know whether he can cut this.
That's a terrible safety. I think he'll play safe here. Try to put him on the 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of room to get in behind here. Jose's looking at banking it, but he should be ducking here.
Yeah, I'd be ducking every time here.
Well, you can play it like that. It needs to spin around, and he's got the break out in the 6 and 7, and he's looking good.
I'd let him shoot that shot every time, because you know, there's a pretty good chance he's not coming up with a shot on the 4.
Well, the 5 does pass the 8 ball. That's not the problem. The problem is how is the line on the 5 ball.
Well, he's straight in. He can go straight back. Just suck it back.
Yeah. No, that's sucked back too much.
He's got the line kind of close to the 6, and then he got the speed a little hard, and now he's left himself a...
Well, it's a millimetre off the rail. He's got to be brave and go up and down.
This is a shot you just hit with inside. Make sure you make it. Left English. That's the way to shoot this shot. Because you can hit a little behind it or clip the ball, and it's going in.
Well, this is one where you do need the face to get this cue ball running. Watch the cue ball.
Yeah, well, and that's the problem inside. That's more likely to happen. Well, you know what? He actually hit the ball first. He didn't put enough English on it. If you hit the ball first, you should be able to get that to open up more. The place you scratch a lot on that shot is when you hit rail first. But where that 6 ball was, if he would have hit rail first, he probably would have ran into the 8 ball. I don't think there was a scratch there. A little closer to the pocket there was.
Well, it's going to be a 2-rack gap now. Now is Spectre Dawn going to push ahead, because this is what he tends to do in the Friday night finals. Once he gets his break working and start putting a couple of racks together.
If you're Jose, you got to feel like I've had plenty of chances, and I'm down 4-2, and I could be up 4-2. And unfortunately for Jose, you know, Spectre Don's probably not going to keep screwing up.
That's another dry one.
Got a ball in. Is he going to get the 1 ball?
1 ball's gone.
Well, so this is one of those, you could play it 2 ways. You could cut the 2 and play the 9 if you want, or you could just play the combo, try to figure out how to get safe, which is a little tricky here. Or you could just play straight safe on the 2. That's the smart shot, is just play safety in the 2. But if you're not going to do that, you might as well back cut the 2 and play the billiard on the 9.
I would overcut the 2 and
well, see, that's not a good safety play.
See, I would have overcut that too. Sent it in behind the 6 and 9 and took the cue ball behind the 4 and 7 and down here. That's what I'd have done.
There was a lot of ways you could have played safe there, but see, the reason why that's a bad safety play.
Oh.
Now it looks good. The reason why that's bad is you're rolling across that 7 ball line and hoping that you get a hook there, and if you don't, you just sold out. I mean, it's just not a good type of shot to play. There was other safety shots that would be more reliable, higher percentage.
So,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing safe, but you gotta make a better choice on safety than that one.
Well, this is going to be a longish cut in the 6 ball, I would think. I don't think he's going to risk doing an awful lot with the cue ball.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
but Jose's played his last shot this rack.
You're better off not taking a chance of hooking yourself. Now, in real life, most players probably would have drawn that back a little further, but they wouldn't have got close to the 7, because that's what you don't want to do. Yeah, his run-out skills are very high, and his moving game is not so wonderful. That's what he's got to work on to win one of these world championships. Is he's just going to have to move better than he is.
Yeah, because the guys that he has to beat, you know, that's where their level is at. And he's, you know, once he crosses that threshold, then again he's, you know, he does limit his chances of winning one, because he doesn't enter the variable games or the various games that we've had. You know, with black ball, he should have been in that. He should have taken an example from Cobra, who doesn't play cowboy. He went in it, he won it, and I think that it might have opened his eyes in the learning process of using these angles and using the rails that would help for safeties and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, playing other games would definitely broaden your horizons.
Now, that 2 and 9 aren't set, are they? Where you could just give it a smack and the 2 goes in. Mind you, he can't do that because he's got no shot to play the 2-9, hasn't he not? Because he's on the 1, I forgot about that. Trying for a bump.
Okay, well, that worked out well.
And he's got a shot.
He's got plenty. I mean,
and he's on the 3. There's no way he's in the 3.
You can throw this ball if you need to, and I don't think he needs to. But I think he'll want. Let's see. Is he going to want to put any spin on this? Not much, because you don't want to hit the 4 ball. Yeah. That was okay. You know, you could hit the 8 ball there. He just couldn't hit the 4. And he'll roll down on this, and you got to decide, do I want to be short of it or long of it? He's going short of it, and he's going way short of it. Yeah, I would have probably rolled to get dead straight on it, and if I roll past it, that would be fine.
I think he's still fine anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I just, you know, don't like having to shoot that shot. He's got a pretty good player icon, doesn't he? Who's that as player icon?
I haven't the foggiest. I think I asked the stream that last week whether it was a.
It looks like some kind of cartoon character.
Well,
or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was maybe some sort of character out of one of these movies or something that one of these movies I've never seen.
But it's a pretty cool looking. It's a pretty cool looking player photo.
Well, it's not looking good for Jose.
No, although this is not automatic, I don't think he's going to miss it, but there's certainly a chance it could be missed. Yeah. So,
it's all
6-2.
It's all going to be over fairly soon.
Yeah. Spectre Don needs 3. Jose needs 7, so it's more than 2-1, and Spectre Don's breaking, so this is not good for Jose. And it's in. He's got a shot. 1
over the side, 2 over the corner, 3
and
in the open.
This table is pretty easy, and I think he's going to be out here. He's going to check this ball with inside. And let's see how he decides to roll this. You got a choice of going through the 5-6 and off the long rail, or holding it and coming straight out. If I know him, he'll hold it and come straight out, because I think he's more comfortable with that shot, but we'll see what he decides. Yep, he's going to hold it. I don't know if he hit it hard enough unless he's playing the side. I guess he's playing the side pocket. But he came up short even of that. Well, now he's funny. Boy.
Well, I would play this with a bit of left English. He's trying to draw at the rail and leave the cut. Yeah. Just trying to draw the rail.
He had enough of it. He could hit it that way. I would have come all the way out and shot the 3 in the same corner or the other corner. Yeah, he's out. You know, and when I'm saying that I would have done this or that in those situations, I mean, really that's splitting hairs. I mean, I'm not saying his pattern play decision there was wrong. I mean, it was certainly reasonable. I mean, if he felt like, you know, he could get the cue ball where he needed to, there's nothing wrong with shooting it the way he did. Splitting hairs. Yeah, his pattern play is really pretty good. I mean, his shot making's good. His cue ball control is good. I think you're right, Hugh. He just needs to work on safeties and kicks.
Oh, I think he's very. I mean, he's showed time and time again with awkward tables, overcoming problems. I mean, he's had good practice at that and dealing with awkward tables, getting that cue ball into awkward spots. I've seen him do it a lot of times in Friday Night Nine Ball. It's sustaining that level and bringing all the rudiments that you need to go the distance in this upcoming World Championship, because he's way short of having one.
The problem is when you're playing guys at a high level. So let's say you've got a kick shot that you don't execute well, you can't get safe on that you should have been able to, or you play a bad safety. That's like a 2-game swing. You know, It's like if you do 2 of those a match, that's a 4-game swing, and you just can't beat the good players giving them a 4-game swing. You've got to be better than that if you're going to beat those guys.
I was going to say that he's actually failed again there, but I think he's just got it. Yeah.
I mean, that was well played. I mean, the thing is that's not the kind of safety shot he's going to have trouble with. But there's a lot of others that are pretty standard.
Hang on a minute. That'll do as a safety.
And, I don't know if he was playing that, if he was.
He definitely got lucky. He's apologising.
Yeah. Well, but see, that's the thing is like a good player might play that shot. Because that's the kind of shots you need to be looking at is how can I kick safe here?
Well, Spectre Don said, not Spectre Don, Semi-Pro says, so who are looking forward to the 9-Ball World Championship? I am. I'm certainly giving it 100% this time. Yeah.
Yeah. One Pocket Slim's going to give it the love number.
Well, I think why do I keep calling him Spectre Don? I think Semi-Pro needs to have go into a private room in VP4 and have a discussion with Interchange X first before he starts in this tournament and before he starts beating himself up in the middle of a match.
Got to keep the attitude good and just try to play through any kind of down times. Everybody struggles with being goofy or things not going their way sometimes.
Yeah. Don't beat yourself. Beat the opponent. That's a new slogan.
You're going to put that in the stream?
Don't beat yourself.
Okay, so that's just no good. I mean,
well, that's can he billiard the 9 in?
Even if he didn't have the billiard on the 9, that was no good. You can't leave
he's
the guy.
He's just ducking behind it like that. I mean, you've got to see that staring in the face.
You can't leave the guy, a foot and a half away from the ball. I mean, there's just too much stuff that you can do. I mean, ideally, you don't want to even give him a clean look at the ball, but to leave him that close, that's a losing formula.
Well, Spectre Don most certainly going to be on the hill in about 30 seconds' time. Stubb was in the room again. He's left.
Oh, Stubb came back? Well, he didn't say anything. Maybe he doesn't want to get kicked again. Okay, we've got a little bit of back and forth going in the chat stream.
Just playing your matches will increase your effort to 100%. Is that a reference to something that happened before? Maybe that's going over my head, that one. I'm trying to remember.
I think that's a reference to just being in the World Championship.
Oh, aye, he wasn't in the cribbage one, wasn't he? Not the cribbage. He wasn't in the cowboy one, wasn't he?
Yeah, forfeits also. He has had some forfeits.
Oh, yes, aye. Mm-hmm. Well, Spectre Don breaks off in rack number 11.
I'll give you the best advice, Semi. You just got to play like you don't give a crap. If you go out and you play like you don't give a crap, you're going to drill everybody.
So 2 balls in the break, 4 and a 5, no shot in the 1, playing the push out, and again, that is not a good push out.
No, because it's real easy just to go right behind the 8 ball here. Now controlling it's a little tough, but you can hit this pretty easy. You don't have to get the one ball way up table.
Oh, there, Stubbs uncloaked now.
Oh, well, and that's not how I play it. He might have got away with it. Yeah, I think he might have got away with it. Although, you know what? He could play the combination here.
That one cuts every day of the week. That's going down the rail into the pocket right now. And it's a 2-8 combo next. There you go. No, it's not. It's one of them.
Does he think telling me he loves me he's not going to get kicked? He's lucky I'm not online more, that I have stuff to do that otherwise he'd be kicked even more.
Well, Jose has ball in hand now. What does he do? I mean, should he be trying to run to the 7 ball, or should he be playing the 2-9 combo?
Well, he was able to make it. I would try to run out probably. I mean, it's an easy run out, but you know, I mean, whatever you think gives you the best chance of winning is the right shot.
Well, this will be a consolation rack for Jose, I think.
Now let's see how he decides to play this. I think that's a wise choice because it was easy to roll up on this combination. And this is natural. You can just, I wouldn't, oh, I guess he doesn't have to play the combo. He's got a lot of pocket. Yeah.
So, is there anybody signed up for this $300, whatever it's called again, high rollers thing in 20
Slim
minutes?
said he was going to sign up, didn't he? Yep, Slim did sign up. So Slim's in it. We need one more player. Come on, semi-pro. Now you got your chance to go beat up on One Pocket Slim. He's in the $300 tournament that's starting in less than 20 minutes. So go play that and see if the break box works.
Well, Jose should have another rack in the board here if he can get it down onto this 4 ball.
See if you can beat Slim in a race to, what is this, race to 5? It's a race to 7. Single elimination race to 7.
Got to come around the corner.
Entry fee is $1,000 V.
Yeah, he's got there. Well, that match is over.
It's a high roller.
Won.
You didn't realize it was $1,000. Okay, this story's getting better all the time. Everybody go hop in this $1,000 high roller. This will be a great tournament.
Right, there we go.
Oh, these guys are like, settle down, semi-pro. They're just yanking your chain.
Yeah, and I mean, see, once you know what buttons to press, there you go.
You know, boy, I think this could be the end of it here.
That is most certainly it.
Boy, come on, let's get some more guys in this $1,000 thing. Well, Stubb would have got in, but he just got kicked, so he's not going to be in it. Who else we got around? Is Mr. Bill still around?
He wasn't signed up, was he? Stubb wouldn't be signing up to something like that. Oh, Spectre Don. Spectre Don, I don't think ever plays in it. I don't think I've seen him in it.
Cobra, maybe? Semi-pro? Come on.
Cobra will be in bed already.
Larry, if you get in, semi-pro will get in because he's going to want to drill you.
He wants to beat you up.
Which, you know, that's going to go. You're going to win because the more you want something, the harder it is to get. He's going to want to beat you so bad he's never going to be able to play.
So, well done to Spectre Don. Yet another Friday Night 9-ball. By 9 racks to 3. They think it's all over, and it is now. So, what did Jose get there? Jose came out with, where's this? Jose get $390 Spectre Don must be rolling in it. That's another $800 in his pocket, or V dollars anyway. Back to fifth and sixth, who got 145. So for those two guys, Bankster and DJ Redo, they come out $5 short of what they put in at the end of the night.
Shit, if one of these guys doesn't get in, I'm gonna have to get in it. Give Slim V dollar 1,000 because we got to have 2 players.
Where's the 9 ball? I'm looking to see if there's. Oh, there it is. I've gone past it. I saw it there a minute ago. 9 ball high rollers. That's it. Oh, there's only Slim in it. That won't go ahead.
You know what? I'm gonna check something because maybe there's a file on the server that I didn't update. That's a possibility.
Break box on.
Let's see. Well, that would have been.
Well, you've only got like 10 minutes to get that checked out. Then.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm wondering if there's a file I didn't upload because I know I tested it and it worked on my dev server. So let me see what goes to commit. No, it says all the files are there. Let me try to make it online and see what happens. Or maybe I didn't push it. Let me push it. Push. Okay.
Oh, Larry's in. Right, so there's a final between Larry and Slim. Well, I'll wait to see that then.
Let's see if it builds anything.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
Where's the cue ball going?
What did it pull? Track BDE. Online game depends.h. Pool tournament.cpp. Okay, well, I see what the problem is. I'm going to have to do a restart. All right, I'll as well tell everybody about it because we're going to need a restart.
Well, you've plenty of time to get that done. 10 minutes still before the tourney.
Yeah, I never updated the server. I should have done that this morning when I restarted and I didn't do it. Yeah, let me take a look at that and make sure that that's what that's really what happened. I'm pretty sure that I just didn't rebuild the code on the server. Let's see.
Now, this Ripper guy, he's got 3 different rooms up, so he's obviously creating a room, getting in it, losing, and then disappearing out and deciding he wants to play rotation, and then he wants to play rotation again. Is he in any of these rooms? Nope, not in that one.
That's exactly what it is.
What's exactly what it is?
I just didn't build the server processes code, so it all works. I just didn't rebuild the code on the server for the breakbox stuff.
When does offline get updated? Once he's happy that VP online is fine, I think that was a general sort of gist.
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 days. I mean, I think that I haven't heard any big complaints about the tables and stuff. I think they're playing pretty good now. I'm pretty happy with it. Yama was pretty happy with it, so I think I just have to fix a couple things, and it's probably going to be a few days. Let's see, 17, 18. Yeah, we got. I Give him a few more minutes here, and we'll restart this and piss everybody off. But we're going to verify that the brake box is working. So who do we got in here? We got Slim and we got Larry. We got 2 players going at it for $1,000. Come on, semi-pro, get in. Larry's in there.
Is this high rollers thing handicapped, or is it just scratch? It must be scratch. I wouldn't think
no.
$1,000 is going to be a handicap.
Semi-pro, have you run away? If not, you should get in here because this is your chance to drill Larry's nuts in.
There's that Sextrillion guy, that Turkish guy that had all the problems. He's still happy as Larry, to coin a phrase. He's still in. I don't see him bleating anything in the chat.
Slim, I think Slim plays good enough to win this thing. It's not charity work. This is not going to be a gift.
He's locked himself in a room playing 3-cushion billiards.
Who has?
That's the Turkish guy, Sextrillion. The guy I fixed.
I don't see semi-pro online, so I guess that's not happening.
Yeah, he's going to bed. Right. I'm going to stay to see this match with Larry and Slim. It's $1,000 $1,000 final, but it's a $5,000 side bet. Is that the deal, Slim and Larry?
Let's see here. It's just about time for restart.
By the way, Larry and Slim, what I want you to do is I want you to try what Steve was talking about when you're breaking. Try jacking it up to get that cue ball to stall, to kill. See if that'll work. I want to see. I want to see proof of it.
It works, like around 4 degrees or so. It ought to just hop just a little and kind of park.
Semi-pro has arrived online.
Oh, good. Maybe he's going to get in the tournament.
It's not worth his while coming online because he's just about to get booted.
Well, he's probably going to join the tournament. Come on, Semi, get in the tournament. Give him a chance before I restart because it's restart time.
Right then.
All right, he's not in. He's had enough playing. He's had enough time. We're going to restart this puppy.
Larry says you pay $1,000 for testing purposes. Socket connection failed. Oh God.
Well, you haven't paid $1,000. You're trying to win $1,000. There's a difference there.
There we go.
All right. So now it should be all wonderful.
Right.
And we should get the brake box, and
we'll just show you where the brake box is for anybody that hasn't looked.
And Semi-Pro is in the tournament. Yay!
That's not where it is. Where was it?
Anybody else going to get in, or should I get in and give somebody a buy?
Yeah, you need to get in, Steve, because I want to commentate on you.
Oh, it's going to be a buy. I haven't been playing any virtual pool.
I can't remember where the brake box option is, and I'm the one that put it in my game, and I'm trying to find it again.
It's under advanced.
I was in. I went into custom like a numpty. Oh wait a minute, I've got to be in the room myself. I've got to be in the game. Right, advanced, and then brake box on.
Well, if nobody else gets in, I will. But if we get 4 players and I won't, I mean, we don't we don't want to have 5 players. I'll donate $1,000.
Well, Semi-Pro did come back online. Yes, he's in a room.
He's semi-pros in the tournament. That's what I was
Oh,
saying.
is he
We
signed
got
up?
3 right now.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
we've got
good.
3. So I was saying, oh, now we got 4. VP
Well,
Monster is so now I'm not in. We'll get to see people that can play.
Well, the thing is, Steve, you could actually put this in your favour, nip in and edit the tournament and put it, give yourself 5 and out.
It's not handicapped.
No, but you could quickly do it. Just rig it.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, this is going to be interesting, and whoever wins this is going to win more money than. Let's see, what was the Friday night 9-ball winner? The Friday night 9-ball winner got
785 or something.
Well, this is going to be a lot more than that on this one.
Yes, Larry and Slim and Semi, we wanted to test this parking the cue ball break that Steve says should work a bit easier now than what angle you used to put it at, like 7 degrees or something. You had to try it at. Mind you, we don't have the degree guide online, so we don't know.
It's just less. If you go to 7, it'll just pop higher. But I think it was around 4 or 5. I was getting it to pop and hop back nicely. You need to hit it. You know, when you don't want to hit it like center of the cue ball. You want to hit a little bit above center, which is kind of weird because when you jack up, it already looks like it's above center. You know, in other words, if you had it at center when you're got the butt down and you raise the butt, it's still at center, and you really want to be a touch above center.
Right, we've got 4 in the tournament. We've got VP Monster, Semi-Pro, 1 Pocket Slim and Larry, so you got off the hook, Steve.
Yep, this is going to be good.
You got off the hook.
I like these high $V tournaments.
So we're about 4 minutes, well, 3.5 minutes away.
Yeah, well, it won't come up for at least 30 seconds, maybe as much as a minute after it hits 5:30 or half past, because you guys will be 10:30.
What temperature is it outside? Let me have a look.
Slim's in the U.S. and Larry is in the U.S.
Well, it's only -1 tonight.
And, let's see, VP Monster's in the U.S. too, right?
Yep.
He's got some screwy flag, but I think he's in the U.S. too.
Oh yeah, he's definitely the U.S.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great. Gotta love this. Yeah, take my advice, semi-pro. Throw all that stuff away. I'll tell you one thing I learned, and I learned it the hard way, is taking stuff personal when you're playing matches, you only hurt yourself. Once I stopped not giving a shit whether I liked the guy or not, I played way better. Okay, 5:28 right now. Bracelet just showed up.
I need to go and get a copy after this.
Oh yeah, this is gonna 5:29.
Oh, Grey Slate's got an 8-ball that's burning flames. I don't know whether it's a little character that's underneath it. That's his head or something. I think it's
starting.
Yeah, I think it's a character.
Well, we don't need any more at this point because 4 is a nice number. That way we don't have any buy round.
I hope Larry gets Slim and gets Semi. I hope that's a tie. It's a grudge match.
Well, this is good for Semi. He needs to get in these matches with, you know, when he's irritated and stuff, and learn to settle his ass down and play.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, it's half past. This thing should be cranking up pretty soon.
I bet it cranks up at least a minute past the half hour.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's on a fairly low update, you know, where it checks them. You know, it's got to go ping the database and get the information out and, you know, do a bunch of stuff. So it's, you know, it's not like it's doing it every second. Okay, it's active, and it's Slim against Semi-Pro and Larry against VP Monster. So Larry and Semi-Pro are going to have to each win a match if they want to get to each other.
Mm. And the rooms are up. Well, I've got to watch Slim and Semi-Pro. That's the one I'm going to watch.
Well, you're already putting pressure on Semi just watching them. And it's got a break box. How about that?
Yeah, you've definitely fixed that, Steve. I can confirm that.
Well, don't be forfeiting, Slim. You got to play your match. Well, we haven't seen whether it's restricted to the break box, but I'd be real surprised if it wasn't.
Well, that was the worst lag I've ever seen. So that definitely works.
Here we go. Now the question is, do you want a cut break or not? If you're going to do the break that I was talking about, it's not going to be a cut break.
Well, Slim's not doing the test break. Oh, he is.
Yeah,
he is.
there he is. He's got the tip up. Let's see what it does.
Oh, aye, that
see how high that one jumped?
That definitely jumped.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying, is the butt doesn't need to be quite that high anymore. That was probably 6 or 7 degrees, and you could be more like 4, I think, and it'll pop, but just less. But it's going to park the cue ball.
And the thing is if the word gets about, you might see more players doing that, because obviously that, parking the cue ball, stopping it stone dead in the middle of the tables, your best odds of having a shot.
Well, that was close there. He doesn't have a shot. Well, I think, it's easier to control the cue ball's going, but you really want to try to get it out of traffic. It didn't get hit that time. In real life with this, oh, what a shot that was. Wow.
Larry's made the 9-ball first break.
Replay of that last shot.
In real life, you're typically going to do a cut break with that, where you cut the 1 ball and hit it with a lot of draw and make the cue ball go back and forth sideways. That's typically the break. But VP, I think, with this break cue and stuff, you can wham them hard enough that you don't need to do that. What they're trying to do when they hit the cut break in real life is they're trying to make the 1 ball in the side pocket.
Yeah, all right. That's what they do all the time.
I'll tell you what, that was a nice shot too. Slim looks like he's hunting some semi-pros.
Well, he's got a little tricky one here.
You got to decide whether you're going to go in between, shoot in between next shot, or go past it.
Yeah, he's going in between.
He's going to go in between, and that's well played. And I think that was the right shot. When you can roll it like that, you can control the speed pretty good. As soon as you have to try to start drawing or stunning for that kind of shot, it's a whole lot harder.
Asking for trouble, yeah.
And I think he'll probably just
he's going to
go
he's
forward
going to get
with
loads
this. I'm a little surprised about that, but he's hit it well, and he's left it beautifully. So he had a little screw up where he hooked himself on the 3, but good recovery, and it looks like he's going to get the first game. And now let's see, is this alternate break? I can't remember. Let's see.
Single break. Location, break, winner breaks. Winner breaks.
Yeah, break is winner, so. Yeah, it looks like the rest for Slim did him some good. He says he's rusty. Well,
he said he was in Davos. That's in Switzerland, is it not?
I believe it was. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing there. Are you somebody important like a?
No, he must have been skiing. You don't go to Davos for any other reason.
No, he said he had a meeting with.
Oh, was it business?
Klaus Schwab was like the head of Davos, so he's either got to be a journalist or he's somebody important.
I think he's Walter Mitty. I think he's making up as he goes along.
Or he's a liar, like half the people online.
Yes, he is a liar.
That's okay. And he's a liar, but he's got a 1-0 lead.
And he's dry this time.
Yeah, but he didn't leave anything good. Now, this is where you got to play safe or push.
This is going to be trouble here. This is going to be trouble. This push out.
This is a tough push because
he's going to get locked up.
Well, I mean, there are some pushes here.
Let's have a look.
I'll tell you what the problem with that push is it's basically the same shot he just had. I don't think he can make the forest, so it's the same safety that it just had. And Slim could have given that back to him, and he would have had the same exact thing. I just don't understand that push because it didn't change anything. Maybe that's not where he was trying to get.
How does that look from this end? What would I think of doing here?
I'd cut the 1 ball in because the 2's hanging. The thing is with the 2 hanging there, all you had to do is make the 1. You're probably getting a shot.
So, ball in hand for Slim for 2-0.
That was well controlled.
I saw a video the other day which was quite funny. It was about, I think most of you have seen some of these on YouTube about guys cheating online when they're playing, and particularly these first-person shooters. They've got aiming things where they can see players through walls and everything, right? Well,
there's always there's always ways to cheat, and if you want to spend enough time, that's the real question is how much time are you going to have to spend? If the game has good protection, it could be quite a bit of time.
Well, here's the funny thing about it, Steve. This guy was the game developer, right? And he's on he's I don't know whether it was in beta testing or whatever, whether the game had gone live, but he's the developer, so he's the Steve Chaplin of this game, this shooter game. And has he not gone online and he's playing with a bunch of guys and he's got invisibility on where they or he's getting vulnerability on where they can't kill him. I mean, they're standing in front of him shooting him and he's... and then he realised that he had that function on, which was probably by accident. But they're all questioning him, saying, what the hell's going on here? We've shot you 100 times, you're still not dead. And then they realised they had this invulnerability feature on that he had built into the game.
Well, if your name was like zombie or vampire, you were undead, you might have been able to get away with it.
Oh dear. And then there's quite a few clips of guys where they're online playing and they're on their own webcam and they've accidentally brought up the program that they're using to cheat with and it's appeared on the bloody screen.
Well, another room right now, it's 2-0 Larry.
Oh.
And VP Monster's at the table on the 1 ball, and he just missed it.
Well, 2-0 to Slim.
Larry's in the lead in the other one, and Slim's in the lead in this one.
Yeah, like God mode or something, Larry. Yeah, you're right enough. Oh, but that was funny. It was funny when it was the Dev himself that was in the game. And he was accidentally cheating. Yeah, Slim's definitely got the hang of this this break shot, but the cue ball get kicked there. And he's come up dry.
Well, it's either going to be safety or a combo. Let's see which one he picks.
Any value in removing box after the break?
Yeah, well, he just hit that a little too firm.
What you mean, like the on table logo thing that appears?
And now he's going to pay because this is a pretty easy safety. Or he could actually play the 9 here if he wanted. He could bank the 1 into the 9 and
he's called it.
Pin him on the 7 ball.
He's called it.
Well, he's not trying to pin him. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, chances were, I mean, I'm sure that wasn't all planned out, but chances were he was going to get some kind of safety there. No, you can move the box if you want. Just hit the L key. The L key should take the box away, right?
That gets rid of all the lines. That gets rid of the kitchen line as well, though.
Yeah. But if you don't need the lines, you don't need the lines.
No, that's only an offline, though, Steve, is it not?
Is it not working online?
I don't think so. I don't think.
I can't turn them off as a spectator. Does it work for you guys?
I don't think it does. I must have accidentally hit the L button 100 times in VP4 online. I've never lost the lines, I don't think.
Yeah, well, maybe it doesn't in online.
I don't think it ever did in VP3 either.
I could make it do that, but on the other hand...
Oh, no, don't do that, no.
You know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having lines, is there?
Well, the lines are part of the table setup.
I guess if you got ADD, it could be a distraction. All right, well, I think Semi-Pro's got a chance to get on the board here. This is a pretty easy table. I'll be surprised if he does not run out here.
Now, he's got to watch that 7 ball if he's heading the direction I think he's heading.
Yeah, well, he just wants to run at the 7. Even if he's a little inside of it, he's fine. Yeah, so that's the right play.
That'll do it.
As long as you know you're going to run that direction, you don't get it under it thin, you're not going to get hooked. Yeah, and Semi-Pro plays real good off a stun. That's, kind of his bailiwick.
Yeah, I didn't think the L button would work online. It's definitely should work offline.
And see, that's the way to hit that, is not take any chances. Leave yourself a thin cut. And this is pretty close to perfect angle.
Just bump it back off the rail.
Yeah, and that's the way to hit that. I mean, you don't want, the only thing you can do wrong there is underhit it, and this is perfect. Me personally, I'm always going to the side rail here, like that. I might have hit a little harder, but that's just fine. Semi-Pro plays good pattern plays. On paper, he should be winning these world championships. I mean, he plays good enough to break and run the set out.
Semi-Pro going to try it. No, he's not. He's not. He's just sticking with his normal flat Q angle.
But he didn't make a ball, so. And, this isn't sitting bad. You got to make a decision here.
In the gap between the 7 and 6.
And hit it past the side pocket, yep.
Yeah, 7 and 6 gap.
This is just right English. All you got to do is, you don't even need draw for this, but I'd probably draw it a teeny bit too, just to help it. It's mostly English. And the only thing you got to watch out for is scratching, which I don't think
this is a bit thinner than it looks, though.
No, but you can get this past the side pocket. Without a problem. But that's what you got to watch out for, is scratching.
Oh.
Yeah, and the thing is you can hit that easier, but it's a little tricky speed wise. You know, you got to get to the one ball, but easier it'll open up even better.
And watch the 5. I think he's fine.
That was well played. I'm sure he was playing to come off the back of that, and you know, he's got a back cut here, but now this is where you got to decide, you know, what you're going to do with the cue ball. If you hit this with left English, you can come past the side pocket and then open up and go 2 more rails around the 4 ball. That's actually a 1 pocket shot, comes up a lot. He's going to play it this way, and that's well done. Yeah, that's very well done.
That's the break ball. This isn't Friday Night 9 ball, Tam. This is 9 ball high rollers, the tournament that came after. But we're just testing that the break box actually works in tournament play now. It wasn't working earlier. But that's where you have to break from, within this area. You can't take the cue ball out that area.
Dichu, why do you have to give such an honest answer? Why can't you tell him that Stubb got in the room and scrawled extra lines on the table?
No. Steve, well, basically what Steve did is he broke it again.
If you notice where those lines are, they're not quite halfway.
No,
you notice those lines aren't quite halfway.
They're more to the first diamond.
They're about a third of the way, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is exactly. I just computed the intersection of the line. That's exactly what I did. I just did a line equation from that first diamond to the head spot and computed the intersection at the kitchen line. So it's exactly in the right spot.
So it's going to be 3-1 to Slim. What's the score in Larry's match? I suppose I could look at the bracket, couldn't I? What is it? Only what's that there? 1 rack all?
No, Larry had 2. It couldn't be 1 all. Yeah, it's 2-1 right now.
No, it's my eyes that are going at this time of night.
Let me go in there and take a look and see what's going on in this. I'll go peek for you, Hugh. It's 3-1 now, Larry. So my brackets hadn't updated. It's 3-1, and Larry's at the table, and he's got a pretty good looking table. He may be able to get out here.
Well,
if he gets on his 3 ball, I think he's out.
Slim sunk the 1 in the break, but he's got no shot in the 2.
Yeah, well, now it's push out time.
5 and 8 ball are not good. Okay.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy bank. He plays 1 pocket. I would expect he's going to make this. Got to decide what you're going to do with the cue ball.
I think he should go up and bump into that 5 and 8. That's what I would have done.
Well, he said he was pushing out, but he played safe. Which one was he doing? Oh, it was he pushed out and semi-pro took it. Yeah, and played a very nice shot. And that was the right shot. You know, that safety's not that hard because you're coming behind it off the rail, so the speed's not too bad.
I think if that was Stubb, he would have reverse banked that 2 ball and went up there to break the 5 and 8 ball and still be on the 3. That's what he'd have done.
Well, this is a draw control shot. Now he didn't control the draw very well there. He's been doing that Inca drill. He got through it, which is a draw drill. It's a draw control drill.
Now, this would be a better shot to break the 5 and 8 by cutting the 4 in and going to the left long rail and coming in to the 5 and 8.
He's got it the other way too.
Well,
maybe not from this angle.
Not with the 7 where it is.
Well, he's going to have to draw this. He can draw this. Now, remember what I was saying about this draw shot, Hugh, and this angle. He can draw this, probably can draw this into the 5. I mean, but he's not putting the English on it. I don't get it. He needs to hit this with draw and right English so that he can hit it fat. He wants to hit this nice and fat.
He's hit the 8.
And that's fine. I mean, you know, that shot's kind of unpredictable, but that's the shot he had. I mean, he was going to have to hit that with some speed, and he's fine here. I mean, this is this is not a tough shot.
Oh, these pockets are definitely not easier.
Well, you know, he hit the rail before the side pocket. I mean, and that's, you know, that's a place, that's one of the places where it's a little harder than it used to be. You can't hit the rail way up there like that. I mean, he hit the rail a diamond above the side pocket. I mean, you shoot that on a table in real life, and in most tables, it's not going in the hole.
Now, here's a tricky one. You try and get really cute. You make sure, I mean, all you need to do is leave yourself the sort of bedhead cut side on this 7-ball by being up in the left side pocket.
Yeah, I think you're better off staying high on this, especially in virtual pool.
The only thing he doesn't want to do is get into the cue ball too much and scratch the side.
No, you aim for about the diamond above. Give yourself some room. Now, he's going to try to bring it down, which is okay if you're confident in how you're moving it. I mean, I think this shot's tough on VP, though, to get the speed and line right. Yeah, he kind of just that was an interesting play.
Well,
now he's funny. The 7 will go by, but it's tough. He can bank the 7. He could play safe here. This is a little tricky.
It looks as if he's trying to bank.
He's playing a 9-ball, maybe. Maybe he's banking it and playing a 9-ball. Yep. And neither one went, and that's a sellout. I think the chance of semi missing this is pretty low, unless it's the new throw model gets him.
Anyway, I don't know. Tam's probably went to bed, but if he's not gone to bed, why is he still up at this time of night?
I don't know. You know, maybe he couldn't sleep. I don't know. Sleep well.
So semi-pro back to within 1.
It's 4-1 in the other room. Larry over VP Monster. And Larry's shooting a 9-ball to go 5-1. And the break is off.
Cue ball gets kicked by the 2.
Ball is in, and that's brutal. So, semi-pro.
Well, he hasn't tried this stop shot in the cue ball break that Slim had a go at.
Well, and he's taking. I think this is a smart shot. You take a whack at the 9 because you can get safe here. This is a free shot.
Well, this is a little thin clip.
But this is a free shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you're tucking the 1 behind the 7 almost.
Yeah, well, you've got the 3 and the 8. I think you're going to need to put a little English on it.
Oh, there we go.
Let's see. Did he get safe?
Nope.
No, he did not. And you know what? Yeah, he can't make the 9, but he can make the 7. The 7-ball will go. He could play safe here, too.
That's tight.
I mean, safety's kind of tricky. Will the 1-ball go? You know, the 1-ball will go, too. You can cut the 1-ball in.
Oh, if he'd hit it harder, it may have gone. Where's the cue ball going?
Oh, boy. Well, that wasn't a kind roll. You know, and these are the kind of things you got to get over mentally. Semi-pro sitting there thinking, what the hell's happening to me? You know, that was just a shitty roll. You know, but that's the thing, is pool can be a challenge. I mean, you can get tested in this game. Well, he's kind of 50-yard line, but I think he's far enough that this isn't too bad. Just go forward 3 rails. Well, he really underhit that, but he's still okay.
Yeah, I think he'll just bump into the 8 here. I don't think. Well, the only danger with bumping at the 8 is bumping the 8 down to the 8 and down to the 7 and 9.
Yeah, locking stuff
yeah,
up. Well, he avoided that. That was a good shot.
Yeah, that was a danger if he had used that full in the face.
Yeah, Larry's at the table running out. It's not an automatic, though, because the 5 ball's tied up. He's on the 4. Let's see what he can do here. If he can get on this 5 ball, he's probably out. Looks like he can get behind it by just rolling it. Yeah, he's trying to break it. And that's well done. He got behind it and broke it. And yeah, I think Larry's going to be up 6-1 here in a second.
Slim avoids collision with the 9 ball, getting good on the 7. Can just dink this in and play the 8 ball long.
Nice little shot there. Confident that the English is going to hold it. Well, you know, semi-pro's getting treated like a red-headed stepchild right now. You guys know that saying over there?
Nope, never heard of it.
Yeah, the red-headed stepchild. I guess that's the one that gets beat on or something. But so yeah, that's an old saying from here. Being treated like a red-headed stepchild.
So Slim's got the gap, 2-rack lead, 4-2.
Now he's breaking not from the side of the break box. He is popping it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look what that cue ball did. See how it just sat? Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it rolled back though. It didn't stop dead.
Well, you want it to roll back. That's actually what you want. If you can get it above the side pocket, it's better because there's the chance of traffic hitting it is lower. It's funny. There's a couple spots. If you just leave it sitting right where the 1 was or right there, there's a lot of traffic. If you move it back about 6 inches, there's less, and you move it back another few inches and there's more.
Yeah, you've got
again.
balls across the table, haven't you?
You get it past the side pocket, and then it's really good.
Well, you had a go at that combo there, I think, on the 9. Look at where the 9 is. It's absolutely stone dead.
Well, now you got to make a big choice here. Are you going to try to cut this 1 ball in, or I think he can get safe here if he tries to cut this 1 ball in. I think he's going to rub the 4 in a way that he can get him on the 4 ball, and the 1 ball, as long as it hits short on the tit, should get in a pretty good spot. I would shoot this 1 if I was him. I think he could come out of this pretty good if it doesn't go in. He might be cutting it up. Nope, he's shooting it, and that's really well done.
Yeah, that's well done.
See where the cue is on the 4 ball? See, he would have got safe there too.
Well, that's a
that's
quick way to win the rack. Well done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he needed a break. Things hadn't been going his way, and that could have easily been 5-2 Slim. And he's not doing the pop break, and he's not having much luck either. Well, he didn't make a ball that time. I take that back.
That 4 and 9, how are they sitting for the side pocket? That 9 will go in, I think, off the jaw.
Oh yeah, it's dead. If you hit it from the right side, it's going to throw over too.
Yeah, it looks into the side. I wonder if they've looked at that. I wonder if Slim's listening to the stream.
He's got himself funny here, but he's doing the right thing. Yep, that's the way to play. Is you get funny. See, you're still in control of the table when you do this. I mean, this is, that's how you want to play pool. If you make a mistake or you don't have a good shot, play safe.
Now, what does Slim do here with ball in hand? Does he see the 4-9 combo? Does he break the 4-9 out? Is he having a look at it? Is he going to get in the 3 so that he avoids the 4-9? I mean, this is the questions that are about to be answered.
Oh, I thought semi-pro made a ball. Did he
not
make a ball?
No, he didn't get. He was hooked. Remember, he tried to jump and he didn't execute the jump. So this is going to be interesting.
Well, no, this is easy because see, the ball will throw. You don't even need any. See, all you have to do is make this 3 ball. and then you shoot the 4-ball from this side. It's not going to cut. It's going to throw. See, he didn't even need to do that. He could have thrown that ball. And as a matter of fact, there's more chance of missing it from this side. You want to hit this. You don't want to hit this in the left. You want to hit this like it's straight on. The way he's hitting it, he can miss it. Yeah, this is the wrong way to hit it.
Yeah, it's gone to the jaw.
Yeah, see, if he would have stayed on the other side of the 4, it would have thrown the other way into the pocket. And even where he was on that side, he was okay as long as he didn't. He tried to shoot it like it was going to be a straight 4-ball into the pocket and hit it with a little speed, and it would have been fine. Uh-oh. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, oh, that was fortunate.
Well, you don't see many balls do that in the side pockets. Hit the both tits and stay in the table.
And I'll say this about the throw model changes. Well, those balls like that are going to throw more than they used to. So you have to understand when the balls are touching or very close like that they're going to throw quite a bit from the other side. So that ball was lined up on the inside cheek of the right cheek. If he would have just rolled the ball straight forward on the 3 and shot it, the 4-ball from the other side, he probably would have been shooting it into the left cheek on the other side of the pocket. It's going to throw that much.
Well, that semi-pro landed perfectly in this short reel in the bottom here on that 6-ball to get up for the 7.
Well, semi-pro plays, he tends to play simple shape most of the time when he can, and he plays good patterns. And I just.
So we're going to be all square.
He does so much right. He makes some unforced errors that hurts him, and he really hasn't made a bunch of unforced errors. There have been some errors this match, but not too many. But things have gone Slim's way, and Slim's played good.
Still sticking with this central break. He's doing the Larry break now.
Yeah, letting the thing come straight back. And he's got nothing.
And how many breaks has Semi had? That's, certainly 2 dry breaks that I've seen there.
But he didn't make a ball, so. Yeah, I think that little pop break is going to be the ticket. Okay, so Slim pushes, puts a 9 on the spot. I don't think that's a very good push. This is a pretty easy safety. You just bring the 1 ball straight down the table, hit this with left English, and kill the cue ball. I'd be trying to pin him on the 2 or the 4. He let it roll to the 2.
It's rolling out.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad attempt, but he didn't quite get there.
Well, this has got to be as thin as you dare. If he gets it right, he should have him in trouble.
Oh, this is not too bad a shot at all.
I like this. I like the pace.
Yeah, and he might get him even pegged on one of these. He didn't, but that's a good shot.
Not a difficult one to hit, and if he hits this right, he could leave Slim in trouble.
I'd be trying to kick this in. The only bad thing about kicking it in is if you hit it pretty good, the cue ball's coming up and it's probably going to hit the 3 or the 9. Okay, and he didn't hit it good, and he's selling out.
Now, does the 2 go past the 8? No, it doesn't. So,
well, you can just stun this over and shoot it up table if you want. It goes up table. He's going to play for the side.
Yeah, that'll work.
5. That's good. Yeah, that's well played. Yeah, and this is why the kicking part of the game is so important. You're going to get situations like that, and you should see Efren Reyes kick balls. It's just freaking amazing. How good he kicks. I'm not talking about hitting a ball. I'm talking about kicking and making it, or kicking safe, or Rarely should your goal be just to hit the ball.
Well, VP Monster's showing signs of life. He's back to 6-3. The last time I checked there.
Well, trouble is, Larry's on the hill, that's a tough tough thing to come back from. But it is winter break. Yeah, Larry's at the table. This is all over. It's about to be game, set, match.
Now, is that 5-ball kite? No.
It's not going to matter when you're this close. I mean, when you're this close, you shouldn't be missing this ball no matter what. And that's perfect.
Perfectly straight.
No, it's not straight. You got angle there. I'm not sure I'd ever play it like that. There is things like a side pocket there.
And again, this is too straight as well, so he's got to give this a bang.
I would have hit that 6-ball with top right and gone 2 rails. You're just going to roll up on this. And he left a little bit short, but he's probably okay.
That's what you call the short side, where he's finished here.
Yeah, well, he may have been a little afraid of the corner pocket. He hit a little easy.
And these generous pockets, are easier.
That's a 2-game swing right there.
Yeah.
Well, they're not easy when you hit them out on the tits. That's a 2-game swing. So those are the things that really kill you in these races, is getting a 2-game swing like that.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Semi-Pro's got a pretty good logo, doesn't he? His player picture.
The one with the 8-ball.
Yeah. Well, semi-pro, virtual pool player. He's got coloring. It's like, it's got some thought behind it.
Now, what break was that he tried there?
He just hit it off the back rail.
Oh, is that what he did?
What a freaking nut.
I was too busy looking at his logo and I'm thinking that sounded funny, that break.
What a nut. Oh boy.
I'm trying to make this look good so he can play Larry. Well, I'll tell you what, if does that squeeze pass? Yes, it does. I thought it didn't. It does.
Yeah, no, he's fine. And the 3-ball goes in the same corner. And,
what about the 5 and 8 then?
Yeah.
How do we deal with that situation?
You got options. The 5-ball will go by. You can play the combo.
Billiard the 8.
You can play the billiard. I mean, you got a lot of options there, which is nice because it means that how you land here.
Well, it's got to be the billiard now, because that's all he has to do is just get the cue ball on the spot there. Right
the
there.
Only problem with it, he needs to pull this back maybe a smidge if he's going to play the billiard, because he doesn't want to have to hit the 5 hard enough where it's. If he doesn't pull it back, he's going to have to hit the 5 harder so it comes out in the middle of the table and he shoots it in the other corner or the side.
Yeah, the only problem is that
you
the
can
6-ball's a problem.
You can still roll this. You can roll this and shoot the 5 up in the corner. Yep.
Oh, it does go.
You just had to be careful that you didn't get the 5 out too far with the 6 blocked it. Yeah, he's good. Well, now he's not good.
Oh, hang on a minute. That worked.
Yeah. Well, and when you got an angle on it like that, it's gonna throw. It's gonna throw and come back. I mean, that's a pretty standard 1-pocket shot.
Well, you've got to get the dig in the cue ball here, haven't you?
Yeah, he's gonna have to dig this and maybe go back and forth.
Oh, well, that looks perfect. If it doesn't hit the 9,
maybe just 4th. Well, that's fine. This is a simple shot up and down the table. I don't know what he's doing here.
He's trying to just kill it.
He's just killing the cue ball with a little inside. Yeah, in real life, I'd go up and down the table on that probably every time.
Well, this should get hill written all over it.
Thing about hitting it with inside is you risk getting a clinger or something like that and shoving the ball right into the rail.
So what's Slim going to try this time?
Slim's probably going to go with his pop break. He's been doing it and pretty effectively too. Oh, he's up high on it. Nope, he's going to pop it.
That didn't work that time. I don't think he was high enough. 7 goes in though, and it's all over with a 1-9 combo.
Now the question here is, do you play the 1 ball off the rail or not? Okay, because I'd probably play this with the 1 ball off the rail rather than straight into it.
Oh,
he just went straight into it and hit it dead in that center.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Looked pretty good to me.
And he's breaking for the match. And he's doing the pop again. And he got it to pop. Watch out. But I think he's dry, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's dry.
Yeah, these balls are sitting. Once the 1 and 2's out of the way, these balls are sitting good.
Hear me counting them? I'm not looking up at the HUD because in real life, I just count the balls. And
I can't count that quick, Steve.
We don't have a HUD in real life.
I can't count that quick.
but here's the thing: is the first thing I do after the break is figure out where the trouble balls are and where I'm going to run the table. So when you're going through, going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not only are you finding out if you made a ball, but you're finding out where the trouble ball is and getting an idea how you're going to run the table out. You can do it all at once really quickly once you kind of get used to doing it.
I told you it was going to go all the way.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. See whether he plays side or just pulls it back a little and shoots it in the corner. I'd probably just shoot it in the corner. He's going to go in between. So he'll go side here. A little inside English to hold it. And you hit that a little easy. You don't want to leave it here. See, that's...
Oh, he's fine. He'll just check it.
But that's kind of a silly mistake. You just want to finish above that ball. I mean, he's fine, but again, there's the 2% of the times where he hangs his ball up.
I think semi-pros broke crap in this match from what I've seen.
Yeah, he hasn't broke that well.
I think he wants to vary it up a bit here.
Well, center's not usually a great place to break from.
Any suggestions on break? I jack it up a bit and try what Slim's been doing.
Lift the butt up a touch, yeah.
No, he's sticking with the Larry break.
Yeah, but he did get the ball to go in the side pocket, the 1 ball. And he's got a shot. I think he's going to cut this to the right. Just cutting it to the left looks ugly. He could play safe here. I mean, that's another option. 2 balls straight up the table, cue ball behind the 6. It's sitting perfect for that. So the 6 ball comes up right near the break box line by the 7. He's going to try to cut it
another way. All right.
Yeah. I'm not sure I would have done that. I might have played safe there just because that was a little tricky. But he got away with it. I mean,
is he going to risk avoiding the traffic here, or is he going to take evasive maneuvers?
I think just a little bit of inside English and go in between them. The only problem is you're running close to the line on the 4.
Yeah,
well, he tried to go the other way to get a better angle on the 4, and he got away with that too. He could have been hooked there hitting the 7. Okay, and he's fine. He's got a nice looking shot here. He's probably just going to stop shot this or maybe stun it over a touch. No, he's just going to roll it. And everything's looking pretty good here.
9 ball, well off the rail.
Yeah, see, that's perfect. I mean, yeah, that shot's not hard, but you see what he did with the cue ball? How he made sure he got a little angle here and controlled it. That's the kind of thing that you need to do to play well is get on this ball like this where it's like you can't screw up, it's easy.
So we've got a final. It's the final that we all wanted. We've got the grudge match with Larry and Semi-Pro.
It's gonna be GLMF.
And that doesn't mean my friend. Right.
Gotta love this. You gotta love this. Yeah. So Larry's gonna stall on him now here. No,
Well,
Larry comes into the room pretty quick, and here we go. It looks like
Semi's won it.
What? Semi won it. All right. Well, I mean, ideally, he'd like to break and run 7 racks. Probably not going to happen, but especially the way he's been breaking. I don't like that break. I think the pop break is the one to go with there.
Watch the cue ball.
But he's got a ball in and he's got a shot. Unfortunately, it's not that easy a shot. He may play safe here. And I think that's a good way to play it. He just got too much 1 ball. You know, that's real critical that you can get the line on how much of that 1 ball. So if you want the cue ball to come down the table, but you don't want to hit the 1 ball too far like that, you got to hit the 1 ball thinner with English, left English, and hit the 1 ball thinner. Get on a line where it's going to bounce off and come behind the 2. And then the spin opens it up and takes the cue ball down behind the 9. And I don't think he really spun that. If he did, it wasn't very much.
Well, running into the 6 here wouldn't do any harm.
No, this is simple. I mean, your line is ideally going to be actually inside the 6. I wouldn't try to run into this because it's just natural that it's going to go just straight up. You know, all you have to do is put like straight top, and you're going to come straight up in between the 6 and the 3.
Oh, it's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, ideal line would have been a touch closer to the 6, but that's fine.
Well, I'd be sizzling this around the corner tight.
Oh yeah, this is play 3 rails because it's going to open up off the 2nd rail. It's near impossible.
Get the spin in it, get it in tight, and get it around the angles. Miss
you don't
the
even
6.
have to be that tight. I mean, this is a simple shot.
Watch the pace though.
He'll be
Watch
fine.
the
It'll
pace.
kill here. No, see, it's going to kill on that last rail because the spin's going the other way. He's probably going to just need to bump the 5 ball here. So this is mostly speed because you don't want to start stunning it here. This is mostly a speed shot. Even if you come in behind the 5 and bump it, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, I think you want to just hit this a controlled speed where you're just brushing it up the rail. Oh, you want to hit it a bit better than that though, Larry.
Yeah, that's just, that's just not good. I mean, it wasn't hard. That was not a hard ball to
I mean, if you didn't think you had the angle was taking you right to it, then you had to then give it a little help to get there.
Yeah, I mean, you may not have come out with a great shot bumping it, but you certainly had to bump that one. It looks like he's going to play the bank, and he hit it too hard. He could have, if he would have hit that a little easier, it would have opened up more and gone in. I saw how he was aimed, and the way he was aimed, he was aimed on it thick, but he could have made it as long as he didn't hit it too hard.
You're right enough, Slim. There'll be plenty of matches that I won't be able to get to.
You see that shot? That's the one I'm talking about. The way these balls are thrown now, you can really crank it, and he ended up overhitting it. But that shot was really well hit. He overhit that, and he's gonna drag this past the side pocket, and that's well played. Yep, very well done.
So first blood to semi-pro.
Well, they both said GL. There was no GLMFs.
Right. See these.
And let's see what he does. He's going to the edge of the break box, which I think is good. He's not doing a pop break, which I think would help him, but he's got 2 balls in, and he's going to have a shot, and everything's pretty good.
Well, he's going to have a combo, I think. I don't think he's got a shot.
But this isn't a tough combo, and he can just roll this. He's just going to hit this easy. Well, maybe he's not. Okay, well, and that's fine too. You know the 1 ball is going to come out. You know you're going to come up with some kind of shot.
Oh, it's rolled out nice.
This shot. I would go 3 rails with inside if it was me. I don't think he's going to, but I would go 3 rails.
You think he can get to the left of the 6 and spin it?
Oh, yeah. Okay, he is going 3 rails with inside.
I don't think that's helped his chances, though.
No, well, he didn't want to hit the 6. I would have hit that a little harder and tried to miss the 6 and go 3 rails onto the 2. But this 4-9 will go. You have to get to the rail. Okay, this will throw in. You have to see he's doing the wrong thing. That's not what you want to do. He thinks he's going to cut this in. This ball is not going in. He needed to roll forward to the end rail. He was able to cut it in. Okay.
Looked good to me.
Well, I mean, he cut it thin and he hit it with a lot of speed. But that was a hard shot. It was a lot easier from the other side because from that side, he had to hit it really thin, and he had to hit it hard, which he did. I mean, he realized the best way to shoot it, but it was actually a lot easier from the other side of the ball.
Well, repetition, you were here earlier. I don't know whether you were here at the time when we were hoping the break box was in Friday Night 9-ball, and we found out it wasn't, and Steve's since fixed that. This is a 9-ball high rollers tournament. There were 4 players in it. Larry and semi-pro are in the final, and the break box is working. As you can see, we have the break box there.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a grudge match because there was an F word and an off word said. so it's a little bit of a grudge match, but honestly, I don't think either one of these guys is going to take that kind of crap that seriously. I know Larry's not going to.
Not by me.
Watch out.
This is where you don't want to be.
Overhit that. No, he's okay. So the tricky part here is dealing with the 9. Now you can go just past the side pocket and avoid the 9 completely, or you can try to go under it. He's got to make a choice here how he's going to hit this. You might even be able to draw it. Yeah, he's going behind it. And he got a little bump on it, but he got far enough behind it. He's okay. Well, you just fire this in. I mean, this kind of shot, you just fire in. You got your choice, right or left. You could go forward with this or draw it. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can play this.
Clean as a whistle.
See, if I was going to go forward like that, I would have hit it harder because
to get out into the table, yeah,
give you an easier shot. He was cinching the ball. That's what would be called a cinch. Is I'm just going to make sure I make this and take a harder shot on the 9, and he was able to make that. So it's 3-0. So far, this match is going semi-pro's way. Larry has had some chances, but semi's played pretty good. And that break is still working for him, although he didn't come up with a very good shot here. But, I mean, I'd imagine he's just going to shoot this bank. That's what I'd be doing here. Of course, I'm confident I'm going to make it.
4 and 7's dead. They're going nowhere.
Safe. He's playing safe. Yeah, well, this isn't a bad choice.
It's not tight enough, though. Larry will cut this in.
But you see where the 1 ball was going? I mean, he's just playing safe and the 1 ball is going at the pocket. He needed to hit that thinner if he was playing safe so the 1 ball didn't travel so much.
How's your luck, Larry? How's your luck? I think he's okay.
Yep, he is okay because we don't have the 2 notches faster on the table or he wouldn't have been okay.
Does he?
I think table speed is really good here. I don't know why you want to make it faster.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be 2 notches faster, and then it's like real life pro tables that we see in the telly. The ball rolls out more.
No, it's like some pro tournaments.
It's like the ones I see. It's like the Moscone table. Right, it can bump the 4.
Yeah, but they're setting the table up. You know, the tables don't always play like that. And again, that's a little bit more match room. Now, I have seen the tables in the U.S. play like that too, where they're super fast. But I think it's actually better pool if they're not blazing fast. It's just so hard to control the cue ball. Really limit your options.
He's not trying to cut this, is he?
He's going to cut this, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's 4-0.
Pretty thick on it. I thought that was a reasonable shot to shoot at, you ask me. And that's well controlled. I would have shot at that 4 ball in real life.
8 balls, fine.
You know, when you don't have a lot of balls on the table, it's a lot harder to play safe. Distance is not good enough. I mean, just putting the balls, giving them distance is not good enough. I mean, it's better than leaving them close, but it's really not good enough against good players. So if you got a chance to make the ball and you think you can make it, you should shoot it. You make the ball and
let's watch that replay. Watch how that 8 ball held in the pocket.
Let's see where it hits the rail. Because that's really the key, is where is it hitting the rail? I didn't see it. Where did it hit the rail?
I didn't see it either.
Well, I
was looking for my replay button.
I had to refresh my browser because it was way behind and I missed the replay.
Third diamond, says Larry.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it was, you know, the 8 ball was close to the rail, so and it's still playing where it will slide some. I mean, it's not super tough.
It's going to be 5-zip here, Larry.
It did almost hang up.
Well, I spoke too soon.
No, and see that's that same thing. Inside English is going to kill the ball. You got to hit it harder. I mean, that's a terrible mistake to come up there. You got 5 feet of table you could roll up, and to come up short on that is just, that's a, you know. Now I'd play safer. I'd put him on the 8 ball.
That's never a good sign when he's waggling his cue.
This is a pretty easy shot. Put him on the 8 ball.
Yeah, it's a good line to bank the 5 back and hide in the corner.
Yeah, see, I would never shot that.
Oh, it might get there. It might get there. No, it won't. Oh God!
I would have pegged him on the 8 ball. It was a pretty easy safety to run it and put him on the 8 ball. And if you missed it, the cue balls on the 5 balls on the end rail, I would have never shot that bank. Even though I know I can make that bank, I would have never shot it. Not an important match.
Well, the comeback is on here for Larry. If we can take these out. That wants to keep opening up so he can just draw back a tad. I think he can get away with that.
Yeah, you don't want to give guys any kind of daylight.
So let's see what Larry does. Does Larry stick with his Larry break, or is he going to risk the little jack? I don't know Larry will ever change. He's been like that for 20 odd years, and he's never going to change that.
Doing okay with that break.
He's never going to change.
Yeah, Larry has never liked that little pop break. But see, the thing is it's easier to do now. Before it was a little out of control how far you had to jack the cue up.
Oh, is that opened up? It's opened up.
Got it. But with the fact that your butt angle can be at like 4 degrees, it makes that shot a lot more repeatable and reliable. And I think it breaks the balls well.
So the 5 went in the side. If he just drops through, get the 2 back up the table. But again, he's gone dead straight in the 2, so now he's going to have to finish the short side.
Okay. He can roll down on this. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this.
Well, he wants to roll down far enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, if you roll a little too far, it's okay with the way the 4 ball is, you know.
Yeah. He could have done
That's
with going a bit
perfect.
more, but he's still fine
Oh,
now.
no, that's perfect. This is simple.
Well, the make or break shot's the 6 ball.
Well, he got a little bump, and that's fine. I mean, this is perfect angle. I mean, the cue ball wants to go right where you want it. It's just stun it over. Yeah, he didn't really want to leave it on the rail though, but he's okay. He's got an angle still.
By the way, this time of night at 11:30, last week we were still playing the Friday night 9-ball final at this time. I think it finished at 11:45.
Yeah, well, it went fast today, and that's really how it should go. And that's perfect. It's on the rail, but he's got a nice angle. You know, being on the rail in VP isn't as bad as being on the rail in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you should miss a shot on the rail in real life, but it's certainly not as makeable as if it was off the rail a few inches.
Now, has he come out far enough? He has. Now he's got to just drop this totally dead weight, or he's got to let it run around.
Or play 2 rails.
Yeah, he's running it.
I like the 2 rail shot like that. I mean, I just think that's more reliable. Dub is back. How long before he gets muted?
So 2 in a row for Larry.
Because you know he can't help himself. He's got to say something. Or I should say kicked, because it'll be a kick again.
He's got an itchy caps lock button.
I think he'd like to stay in and kind of check semi-pro out. He never gets to see semi-pro play.
No, he's got a ball. He's got a shot.
Yeah.
And he should be out. Dare I say it?
Now, see, this is what I was talking about that bank shot, semi-pro shot. He should have put him on the 8 ball, you know, and he could lose this match because of that one shot. Now, you know, I don't know that Larry's the kind of player that's going to run 5 or 6 racks, but, you know, Larry's a good player. You cannot, you know, take things for granted. Larry plays good, and you can't take it for granted. He shouldn't have shot at that ball. If you're going to shoot at that, you better make it.
Oh, well, you jinxed him there, Steve.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, does this 2 bank? I think he can get that clean, can't he?
Yeah, he can bank it. He can cut it. It's a little tight on the bank, but it will go.
I think he's ducking away.
Yeah, I mean,
or is he lining it up?
Well, the problem here is the safety isn't that simple. Yeah, I think that's a smart way to play it, because you know if you don't make it, you're going to be safe. That was a smart shot. You don't take the chance of banking it and hitting a 7, and you're guaranteed a safe. I mean, yeah, can he kick this in? Yes, but it's certainly not anything that's simple. Plus, you got to come up with a shot on the 3 ball, which is also not simple. So I like that decision to play it that way.
Shot.
And he played it the right way. He played it with speed, which is what you really needed to do to make sure you got out for a shot on that 3 ball.
Good shot.
That was well played. He's got a 2-way shot here if he wants to shoot it. I think the line on this thing is it's not a dead roll, but it's certainly not real hard.
Watch the 9. Watch the 3.
Yeah. Well, if he's going to make the 9, he needs to hit this not too hard. I think if he hits it hard,
he's drawn it off it.
He was drawn off it. I probably would have played the two-way shot if I was going to shoot at the 3. If I wasn't going to shoot at the 3, if I wasn't going to play the 9-2, I would have played safe there. If I'm going to shoot at the 3, I'm playing the 9 also, because where the 4 is sitting, you always got a shot. Well, this is a natural 3-rail shot right here. Cut it left and go 3 rails to the 4 ball. I'd be doing that all day. That or play safe. I mean, you know,
Well,
you've got to say
cutting it to the right looks as if the cue ball's heading to the 7, which would be fine.
Well, he was playing safe.
Playing safe.
Now, you know, he didn't get there, but you know, this is no bargain. And the reason why this is no bargain is the safety is not that easy from here. You know, it's not because it's distance. It's the determining criteria is how easy is it to play safe from here, and it's not.
Yeah, she's got that too thick, and that's always the trick at that distance is getting that thin edge.
Well, that was a very difficult safety. Even if you hit it thin, there's a good chance you're not getting safe there. You know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. I might have run it 3 rails if I was playing that in real life. It kind of depends on who I'm playing. If I'm playing a champion, I'm probably running that 3 rails because I don't want them getting back to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was confident enough in the shot and the line to do that. Even if it hit the 9, you'd probably still have a shot on the 4 ball.
Run to the rail and back across. Either inside or outside, one of the two. But as long as you've got a line to get there, that'll work.
You put a little hold on that, and that's a perfect angle, because you can just roll forward on this.
Well, Larry's comeback is stalled.
Well, I mean, you know, that missed ball hurt.
Well, as you said, that sort of safety come bank shot attempt that Semi played cost him 2 racks. How many is that miss going to cost Larry?
Exactly. And
look at this table.
This table looks real good.
Yeah, this is over. Well, he's left it short though. He hasn't got into it.
Well, he underhit it. I might have rolled behind it and shot it up table or shot it in the side. I mean, he had a good angle just to roll behind it and shoot it in the side of the corner.
It looks as if he's playing the bank. And it's gone to the point.
See, that's the problem with playing a stun shot like that, is that, you know, it's a lot more precision shot than just rolling forward and taking the other shot. I would have rolled forward on that for sure. I'm not saying I don't like the stun shot, but you know, that can happen.
Good evening
to
to
the short side.
Shark 4488.
Shark 4488 is here.
Or Harold, as he's commonly known as. Oh, that's way wide, Larry.
Well, and that, you know, Semi gave him a chance, and Larry just wasn't able to take it. So, only thing you can do wrong here is overhit it, and that's like perfect. Yeah, I mean, Semi-Pro plays really good off a stun. You know, that's a style. But I guarantee if Josh Filler was shooting that shot, who's a player that plays a lot off stun in real life,
that ain't good.
He wouldn't leave it short. No, he's okay. There's because of the pocket.
Needs to watch the pace. Needs to watch the pace.
Well, that's going to make it a little more challenging. So this is go 3 rails around the table. You hit this with a lot of right English, cut it. He's drawing it, which I don't really like. I would never draw this. I would never shoot it that way. And see the side pockets there. I would have hit that with just left English, gone before the side pocket, end rail, side rail. You know, you've got to avoid the 8 ball there, but.
Well, Larry's got to avoid the scratch off this, so he's having to dig in.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think that was a terrible place for Semi to be, but I don't think he played the right shot to try to get onto the 7.
Old Buzzard. I've seen that name in the lobby once or twice.
Yeah.
Well, Larry's lifeline is there if he wants it to get back into this match. And now it needs to keep rolling. And that'll do.
That's fine. Yeah. Well, these guys are kind of the middle of this match, and these guys are trying to decide who's going to give the game away.
Oh,
watch out. Watch out.
Oh, he's fine. The winner gets $3,500 V dollars.
Yeah, 3,600.
It's a winner takes all.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big prize.
Derby City started today, or Derby City, as you guys say.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it should have started today.
I take it it's who is it that's streaming that? Is that
there's a bunch of different streams. There's not any one. I mean, AccuStats will stream the main table.
Yeah.
But there's another stream that'll go on upstairs, and then other people just stream it off their phones and stuff. But there's at least 2 kind of streamers that stream it.
Aye, but they're all pay-per-view, they're not.
No. Oh, no. No. They're not all pay-per-view. AccuStats is, but the other ones aren't.
Well, I've never seen one from.
Oh, yeah, the table upstairs isn't pay-per-view.
It's not on YouTube then. I've never seen it.
I'm trying to remember where it is.
Because I'd watch that, because I've got 2 days still off before I go to my work, and I would sit up and watch it.
Oh, no, you can get it. So what it starts with is Banks. So Banks has started today.
Little
that's
billiard.
A lot of fun playing on Banks.
Little billiard, and he's been lucky he's kept the 2 in play.
Let's see what we got for streams. Yeah, here it is right here. Live stream on YouTube. Let's see, is this the upstairs table? Let's see which one it is.
Well, this is the one where it can go wrong. He's got to try and get down. I don't believe he's trying to get down in the open side to play the combo. I think he's trying to get up to get as close to play the cut in the 5. But he's then going to have to play the 6-7 combo.
Let's see. So this is a sign up. Okay, so that's unlimited access, $1.
Told you.
Okay.
Told you to be pay-per-view.
But it's $1. I mean,
well, that's $1. It's $1 more than I want to be paying.
Hey, I would pay $1. See, they're smart. They're going $1 instead of $10, and they're going to get a lot of people. Let's see if they got anything else, because there's an upstairs table, and I can't remember who is streaming on that, but when I've played there, the upstairs table has had a stream on it. Let's see if
I take it you're looking at the. Are you looking at the AZ Billiards forum for links to the live streams? Is that where you're looking? Because usually AZ Billiards has got links on there for the live streams.
Yeah, AZ would have it. Let's see. I'm searching for live stream upstairs table.
Big Truck is streaming.
Yeah,
right.
It's Big Truck. That's who does it. It's Big Truck. That's exactly who does it on the upstairs table.
He streams the action room.
Oh. I think he does upstairs table too. Let's see.
TV Mike did the upstairs stream that what you were watching, Steve, when I met you.
Huh?
I'm reading what what Harold's saying in the stream chat there.
What did he say?
He said TV Mike did the upstairs table when he met you at Derby City.
Okay, maybe it was TV Mike. I thought it was Big Truck, but that it was like table 35 or 36 upstairs. They had a stream on.
Oh, watch the cue ball. I think he's okay. Is it? Yeah. Now, I presume he can cut this in. I mean, yeah, he can, no problem.
And the thing was, there were a lot of good matches streamed up there, like Chohan playing, who played? Shane played, Johan Chua up there. You know, I mean, some real good matches were on that upstairs table. Let me see what AZ says.
See, this is why VP4 World Championships finals should be pay-per-view. You should take $100 out of anybody's pockets who wants to get into the room to watch it.
Yeah, they're saying Pool Action TV's upstairs action room. Everything else will be from somewhere's phone. So they're not doing the stream they used to upstairs. Now the action room can be pretty good. I've seen guys playing for 80,000 a rack in that action room. Think about that, 80,000 a rack. That's pretty big action.
Well, Semi-Pro is one away. He's got no shot in the one.
Okay, Pool
Four
Action
ball is
TV.
gone.
So is Pool Action TV, is the stream pay or not?
Well, Larry can duck for cover here if he can get this one thin enough, but I think he's risking a scratch here.
Yeah.
This is too tight.
So they're charging $10 for one day and $35 for the whole time in action room, which is a lot of money.
Yeah. And,
whereas
well, it sounds to me though, anybody who's doing a live stream and charging $1 ain't necessarily going to be using the best of equipment. The production quality might not be as good.
well, you know, it's probably decent. I mean, you might see some big action. I've had some action up there. I had a guy to play and we couldn't get a table. His name's what the hell's his name? Harvey. Harvey? Oh, he's a famous gambler from Seattle. I had a game set up with him and we couldn't get a table. And he'd play for, I was going to have to go borrow money. I mean, I guess he was going to want to play for like 10 or 20,000.
I don't know what Semi-Pro tried there, whether he tried some sort of combo in the 9, but all he did end up doing was setting up the 2-ball for Larry. I presume Semi was trying to do something with the 9-ball. So Larry's got yet another lifeline to stay in the match.
Yeah, no, that whatever I seen, it was $1 and $1 because they're saying it's like AccuStats. It's quite a bit more than that. Yeah, I had a friend that wanted to go this year, but I'm just not playing any pool. It wasn't worth it.
So Larry's going to have the break to take this all the way. And, well, this isn't quite the same length of time that last week's Cowboy final went on, because we've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes now. It was 6 hours last week. I don't think we'll ever have a final as long as that in VP4.
Oh, he says he thinks Pool Action is a new name for Big Truck. It might be. But they're charging money. Derby AccuStats is charging money.
Yeah, everything's always been pay-per-view whenever I've looked, yeah.
Yeah, if you get a chance to go, I like watching One Pocket. I can watch Tony Chohan play all day. I love watching him play. I know Josh Roberts well. He'll be playing. He's a great One Pocket player. He lost in the final last year. If Justin Hall is there, he's a phenomenal One Pocket player.
They must have a sheet with all the players that are signed up to the events this year at that place. There must be somewhere that it can be read.
Oh no, if you go to the Derby City Classic website, they have the live brackets. You can look at the brackets. As a matter of fact, if you're a player, that's how you go find your matches. You just go online and look at the brackets.
Oh, Larry's, I tell you, he loves to make things difficult.
Well, it's actually not brackets because it's a buyback tournament. That's the thing, is it's a buyback tournament. It's not a double elim. It's you can buy back once.
Well, that's a good recovery. So we are going all the way, folks. This fight to the death between Larry and Semi-Pro.
Let's see, where are the where's the frickin' brackets? Are they it's not brackets, it's basically a list of who's playing who, and it shows it by round and whether you have a loss or not. But I'm not seeing it on the website where it usually is. You sure it started today? Today's the 20th. It should have started today. They should be playing Banks.
Well, Larry's the ball in the break. In fact, he's had 2 balls in the break. The 1 and 8 have gone. He does have a shot in the 2. All the balls are there.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to have to.
The 2 balls, just a wee bit testy.
Where's the brackets?
I think you just got to roll this in unless he wants to try and roll to the rail and come back out with the 3 into this bottom corner. Now he's trying to stun into the 6. Now where's the 2 ball finishing? And the answer is over the hole. And that might be Larry's chance come and gone. Harold says, Steve, do you remember
live tournament results? Where? Click here. There it is, right there.
Steve, do you remember playing Tutti Frutti Bank Pool when me and Preacher were there watching? Now I take it Tutti Frutti some guy dressed as a woman.
I remember you guys were there. I don't remember who I was playing. Did I win? I hope so.
Well, Semi-Pro's just about to win, provided he just finishes bottom side of this 7 ball so he can drop up to the 9. Well, he's reasonably straight here. I think he can tweak it a little bit just to pinch the angle. Yep.
Oh, look at this match. Today at 9:30, Skylar Woodward is playing Shane Winters. Shane Winters is a fine player, so that's Skylar's one of the best at Banks, so that's going to be a good match. Well, Semi-Pro squeaked it out.
He wins in the end by 7 racks to 6, and then he takes home I'll say that again. He takes home the bankroll of $3,500 $3. So well done to him. Well, I'll tell you something. I am going for a coffee, and
Joshua Filler played John Mora. I think Mora beat him. Josh Roberts looks like he lost to Arthur McDonald. Wow. Some upsets already.
Right, well.
All right. Well, I got to roll too. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for putting up with me. Glad we got to see that this Larry and semi-pro play. Good job semi-winning. Good match, Larry. I'm glad the break box seems to be working.
And we also got exclusive news that VP5 is on the way in a disguise. that'll stir up the shit amongst them.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's not go that far. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. Good night, guys.
Take care. Thanks for joining, guys. Good night to Steve, and we will see you again soon, no doubt.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.